Hey everyone, good morning. कैसे हैं आप सब? I hope you're doing great. So let's start it. डेली की तरह आज फिर से एक बारी न्यू एनर्जी न्यू जोश के साथ फिर से स्टार्ट करते हैं. एक नए एनर्जी के साथ, एक नए जोश के साथ फिर से स्टार्ट किया जाए. सो लेट्स स्टार्ट इट. very concept for which will try to location the concept and Chattur Varnasar Chattur Varnina Sharma Cast political it was fast that who could get education awareness about the kind of professional there is places of resident sources of water. Irrigation entry into the town. All the water cast state water indiscriminately. Situation cast water and vessel cast differently following the narrative in principle in political Baba Saheb Ambedkar, who experienced the worst form of casteist discrimination during the childhood, wrote in upper caste training throughout his he organized All India Scheduled Caste Federation, while several other leaders of the depressed class defended All India Depressed Class Association. Ambedkar condemned the hierarchical and insular caste system, but opposed adequate progress of movement. The struggle of the depressed class led to the provision of special representation for these classes in the Government of India Act 1930. Other enlightened such as Maharaja Kolhapur encouraged the non-Brahmin movement, which spread of the Sampan state in the first decade of 20th century, was joined by the Kammaredi Velas powerful intermediates in the field. Non-Brahmin organization, self-respect movement. In 1920, A.V. Ramaswamy Naicker, there were numerous other movements demanding for the ban entry of the lower caste into the temple literature. Sri Narayan Guru, Kerala led the lifelong struggle against the upper caste domination. He coined a slogan, one religion, one caste, one God, one God. JDC Bharata Shaharan Arapam changed it to no religious, no caste, and no God, one God. Sri Narayan Guru in Kerala led a lifelong struggle against the caste. No religion, no caste, no God. Bhim Ambedkar later Mahat Satyagraha, Mahasatyagraha led by the government in 1927 to challenge the repressive custom of the caste Hindu. He stressed the necessity of removing idea of high and low, including the self-elevation through the self-help, self-respect, self-knowledge. Mahat Satyagraha, 1927, by the B.R. Ambedkar. He led the process among the 2,500 untouchable through the town of Mahad. Chowdhury tank, public sources of water tank from which the untouchable were not allowed to draw water. Ambedkar took water from the tank and drank it. There was a huge protest by the caste union. Later, 1927, Ambedkar and his colleague burned the Manusmriti. When 1927, who? B.R. Ambedkar and his colleague burned the Manusmriti. The sample, the same place as the gesture of getting the right inequality. Later, Ambedkar established the बहिष्कृत हितकारिणी सभा बहिष्कृत हितकारिणी सभा in 1924 to highlight the difficulties and grievances of Dalit. Okay, महासत्याग्रह B.R. अम्बेडकर बहिष्कृत हितकारिणी सभा 1924 B.R. अम्बेडकर self-respect movement 1920 G.V. Ramaswamy All India Scheduled Caste Federation B.R. Ambedkar depressed burn the Manusmriti B.R. Ambedkar 1977 Constitution of Free India had equality and non-discrimination on the basis of caste. The struggle against caste discrimination could not be successful during the British. Foreign government had its limitations. It could not afford invite hostile reaction from the orthodox section by taking on the radical measure. No space, no social upliftment was possible without the economic and the political upliftment. All this could be realized only under the government of the Free India. Constitution of Free India abolished the untouchability, declared the endorsement of any disability arising out of untouchability. And it also followed the restriction on access to the well tank, bathing bath, hotels, cinema, club. And one of the directive principles of Constitution has laid down state shall strive to promote the welfare of the people by securing the protecting effective as it may be image social, economic, political, silent on all the institutions of the major contributions from social reform movement, freedom struggle started at 1930, Special Marriage Act 1951, Hindu Marriage Act 1950, Child Marriage Restriction in 1978, Dowry Provision Act 1961 Amendment, struggle against the caste-based exploitation factor and remaining the caste of the right force unleashed by the colonial administration, social reform movement. What is the movement for the Horizon Sabha, All India Horizon Sabha. Social and cultural reform movement that will lead driving Brahmo Swaraj in 1772 to 1883. He called the father of India Renaissance and modern India. He was a man of versatile genius. Even Rajaramana believed in the modern scientific approach, principle of human dignity, social equality. He put his faith in the modernism. He wrote a book, Gift of Monotheism, translated into Bengali, Ved, I witnessed to prove his conviction that ancient Hindu texts support monotheism. 1840 said that Amitya Sabha. Amit, Amitya Sabha was a movement led by the Society for Calcutta project monotheistic idea under Vedanta and campaign with the idolatry, caste rivalry, meaningless ritual, other social will strongly influence the rational idea. He declared that Vedanta is based on the reason that if reason demanded it even departure from the scripture and justice. He cited the principle of rationalization for the first thing आपने समझ when by the time period 1840. What is the meaning? Societies in 1814. He said the principle of rationalism applied to other sectors, so particularly the element of blind faith. And then in it, the percept of Jesus in 1820. He tried to separate the moral and philosophical methods which he presented the miracle story. He owned the path of missionary over which advocacy incorporated message of the Christ and he stood for creative and intellectual process selecting based on the different culture over which again he faced the orthodoxy. Percept of Jesus. Percept of Jesus. He tried to separate the moral and philosophical message of New Testament. New Testament was the book of the vision. He played the miracle story. R.R. founded the Brahmo Samaj in 1828. Later renamed Brahmo Samaj renamed. Though the Sabha he wanted to institutionalize his idea and missions, the Samaj was committed to the poor, worship, adoration of the eternal, unsustainable, immutable being who is God, preserve of the universe. Prayer medium and the reading of Upanishad were form of worship. And now graven image, statue, sculpture, carving, painting, picture, portrait were to be allowed in the Samaj building. thus underlining Samaj opposition to the idolatry, the meaningless ritual. The long terms are the act of Brahma Samaj to purify the Hinduism and the peace the monotheism was based on the twin pillar of the religion. Vedas and Upanishad. The Samaj also tried to incorporate the teaching of other religions and concept of emphasis on human dignity, opposition to the idolatry, criticism of social evil, such as Satya. Purified the Brahma Samaj also purified the religion and searched the monism or teach the monotheism was based on the twin pillar of faith. Raja Ramanujan did not want to establish a new religion. He only wanted to purify the Hinduism of evil practice which had crept into the progressive idea met with a strong opposition from orthodox element like Radha Kant Dev organized a Dharma Sabha to counter the Brahma Samaj propaganda. The right at 33 was set back for the Samaj mission. Okay. Raja Radhakant Dev Raja Radhakant Dev who organized the Dharma Sabha counter the Brahma Samaj propaganda. Feature of Dharma Brahma Samaj may be surveyed that it denounced polytheism and idol worship. It discarded faith in the divine Avtara. It denied that any scripture could employ the status of ultimate authority, transcending the human vision and conception. It took no definite stand on the doctrine of karma and the transmigration of the soul, and that took no to individual Brahmins to believe either way. It criticized the caste system. His idea and activities were also aimed at a political upliftment of the masses through the social reform. To that extent, considered to have a nationalist undertone. Rather the effort and the social reform determined the Krishna's against the inhuman practice of the faith. He started its anti-sati struggle in 1880 and defeated secret text to prove his conviction that no religion sanctioned the government life of the leader. Beside appealing to humanity, religion, and compassion, he also invited cremation ground, organized a vigilance group, and filed a counter petition during his struggle to understand. His effort were rewarded by the government regulation 1829. He declared the practice of sati as a crime. He declared the practice of sati as a campaigner for the women's right, condemned general subjugation for the women and opposed prevailing misconception which formed the basis of important to the inferior social status to the women. Rioted the polygamy, integrated the state of widow, demanded a right of the inherited property for the women. Did march advertisement and benefit of modern education, to which country he supported David Hare effort to found a Hindu colony educate and the Royal English School taught eugenics and the Voltaire's philosophy. In 1825 he established the Vedanta College started by Rajwala. And both the Indian learning and the Western social and the physical science were powerful. He also helped enrich Bengali language by compiling a Bengali grammar book and evolving a modern, elegant prose system. Taramanath gifted the linguistic. He knew more than a dozen of languages, including Sanskrit, Persian, Arabic, English, French, Latin, Greek, Hebrew. Knowledge of different languages helped him broad base his range of study. As a bold supporter of freedom of press and as a pioneer in Indian journalism, where he brought out the journals in Bengali, Hindi, English, Persian to educate and inform the public, represent their grievances before the government. As a political activist, Rai condemned the oppressive practice of the Bengali Jamindar and demanded the fixation of marginal right. He also demanded for abolition of tax on tax paid. He called the reduction of the export duty on the Indian good abroad and abolition of East India Company trading act. He demanded the indigenization of superior service, separation of executive from the judiciary. He demanded a judicial activity, judicial equality also between the India and Europeans. The trial began by having one was Agner interested with the vision beyond his time. He stood for the cooperation of the activities and the brotherhood among the nation, which understanding of universal character, principle of liberty, equality, justice indicate that he was well understood the significance of modern age. He supported the revolution of Nepal and Spanish America, condemned the operation of Ireland by the Abbasid English land globalism and threatened the immigration from the empire. With the reform bill was not passed. Sahib David Hare, Alexander Devendranath Tagore, Vicky Tagore, Chandrasekhar Dev, Tara Chandra Chakraborty as his associate. Devendranath Tagore and Brahma Samaj. Mercy Devendranath Tagore, 1817 to 1825, father of Devendranath Tagore. Devendranath Tagore was the father of Devendranath Tagore and a product for the best traditional Indian learning in Western thought, grabbing new ideas from influence and different from a shape of the first movement. When he joined the Samaj, 1842, earlier the Tagore hated the Tattva Bodh movement 1839 Dr. Bhupendra Pandit died in 1839, which, along with the Rajghat Tattvabodhini Patrika in Bengali. Devendra Tagore's Rabindranath Tagore were devoted to the systematic study of India's past and national outlook, and to propagation of Ram Mohan's idea. A new vitality, strength, membership come to be associated with the Brahma Samaj due to the informal association of the two. Gradually, the Brahmo Samaj come to be include prominently followers of Radharani, Derojin, and independent thinkers such as the S. Ashwini Kumar Tata. Tagore worked on a two front with the Hinduism, Brahmo Samaj, the reformation, and outside it, spiritual vigilantly upon Christian missionary for the Christians, criticism of Hindus in their attempt to conversion. He revitalized Samaj, support Vedori marriage, women's education, abolition of polygamy, improving the renewed studies. Keshav Chandra Sen and the Brahmoswas experienced another phase of energy when the Keshav Chandra Sen 1838 event Acharya Bharata, Devendra Nath and soon after the Bhagavad joined to Samaj. 1858 Keshav was spent Keshav was instrumental in popularizing the movement and the Brahmacharya Samaj were open outside the Bengal. The United Provinces, Punjab, Bombay, Madras, other towns, unfortunately, did not like some of the same idea which he founded radicals such as cosmopolitanism, cosmopolitization, Samaj meeting, that includes some teaching on all the religions and strong people of the caste. Even the open support to the inter-caste marriage. Keshav Chandra Sen was dismissed from the office of Acharya. Keshav and his followers founded the Brahmos and it opened in 1860s founded Devendra Tagore Samaj, going to be known as Adi Brahmos. It is not a case of inflexible activating his 13-year-old daughter marriage to the minor Hindu Maharaja Kuch Behar with all the orthodox Hindu rituals cause another split in the Kesha from the earlier the case has been to be considered an incarnation of Sanatana was to dislike of his progressive following. Further, the case was begun to be accused of authoritarian. After 1878, he disgusted following effect. set up the new organization like Sadharan. The Sadharan Brahma Samaj was started by Anand Mohan Bose, Shiv Chandra Dev, Umesh Chandra Datta. He reiterated the Brahma doctrine of the faith and superior one God, the belief that no sacrifice or the means infallible, believe in the dictate of reason, truth, morality. The number of Brahmo Center opened in the Mathura provinces in the Punjab, Dayal Singh Trust, in place the Brahmo Samaj. Opening of Dayal Singh College at the Lahore, London. Significant of Brahmo Center in the matter of socialism, the Samaj attempted many dogmas of the superstition. It condemned the prevailing Hindu prejudice against the Abram. It fought for the reasonable status for women in the society and condemned Sati, but for the abolition of Varda system, discouraged the child marriage polygamy. Trust for the widow marriage, children and untouchability, though in these with the attractive only limitations. The influence of Brahmo Samaj, however, did not go much beyond the Calcutta and at most Bengal. It did not have a lasting impact. 1867 case of Jameson held Atmanand Foundation. Case of Jameson held Atmanand founded a pathway. 1867. Their Bombay earlier the foremost idea was spread on Maharashtra. Pursuers of the Brahmo Samaj were the Paramhamsara, something like secret society to state liberal idea, encourage breakdown of the caste and communal barriers. Dev Gobi Rana Dev joined the Samaj in 1870. Much of the popularity of the kind of work done by the society was due to his effort. His effort made the Samaj gain all India characters. Other later was with the Archie, Nandapar, N.G. Chandrava. The emphasis was the monotheism, but on the whole the Samaj was more concerned with the social reform than the religion. Atmas Sabha was very attached to the Bhakti content of Maharashtra. The Samaj relied on education and persuasion, not on the confrontation with the Hindu doctrines. There are the 4 points of Ayana also. Disapproval of the caste system, women's education, widow remarriage, raising the age of marriage for both men and women. Donan the case of Vishnu Shastri as child began social fulfillment. Along with the father and mother, along with the widow remarriage woman. Widow All association with aim to providing education and training to the widow so that they could support their Young Bengal movement and the Henry Vivian teacher. Late 1820 and early 1830 the Himachal to ideal intellectual trend among the youth in the Bengal, which come to be known as the Young Bengal movement. A young Bengal Indian Henry William Deja, young Bengal movement by the Anglo-Indian Henry William Deroju, who wrote at a Hindu college in 1826 to 1831, was the leader and inspirer of his progressive trend on the inspiration from the great French Revolution. Derozier inspired his pupils to think freely, rationally, question all the authority, love liberty, equality, freedom. Freedom upon the descendant customs, tradition, and the Derozier also supported the women's right, education, and also Derozier was one of the first nationalist poet of Bengal. Derozians, however, failed to have a long-term impact. Derozier was removed from the Hindu college in 1831 because his nationalism, the main reason for their limited success, was prevailing the social condition at that time, which were not ripe for the adoption of radical ideas. Further, there was no support from any other social group or the class. The Rogers lacked any real thing with masses for the instant. They failed to take up the present, causing them. In fact, their radicalism was the bookish and character in the but despite their limitation, the regime carried forward the Ram Mohan Roy tradition of complete education on social, economic and political questions. For instance, they demanded induction of the Indian in a higher grade of service, reduction of the iron splendor, oppressive janitor, better treatment to the Indian labor abroad in the British colony, revision of the company charter, freedom of press by Surendra Banerjee later was to desire the Derozian and the pioneer of the modern civilization, Bengal, conscripted father or race, which were usually excited penetration, but failing will be treated with the reintegration. Young Bengal woman Henry William Dejour, he was the England who taught the Hindi in Hindu college, later inspired the progressive trend and inspiration from the Great French Revolution. These people think freely, traditionally question all the society law, liberty, equality, fraternity. Researching Vidyasagar is a reformer from the great reformer and the idea of a happy blend of Indian and Western. He believed in the high moral value, was a deep humanist and generous to the poor. 1850 he became the principal of Sanskrit college. He was determined to break the priestly monopoly of the scriptural knowledge, for he opened the Sanskrit college to the non and introduced a Western thought to Sanskrit called the breath of self-imposed isolation and Sanskrit learning. As an academian, he evolved a new methodology to teach us Sanskrit. He also devised a new Bengali grammar and evolved a new expression logistic. Vidyadhar started a movement in support of widow remarriage, which resulted in the legalization of widow remarriage. He was also a crusher against child marriage. Only then he did not much for the cause of the women education. He did much for the cause of he did much for the cause of women. As a government inspector, he helped organize 35 girls' schools, many of which he ran at his own expenses. As a secretary of Bethuni School, established in 1794. He was one of the pioneers of higher education for the women in India. Bethuni School, founded in Kolkata, was a result of powerful movement for the women education that arose in 1814-1815. The movement had faced a great difficulty. The young students were shouted at and abused, and sometimes even their parents subjected to the social life. Many believed that girls who had received the Western education would make slaves to their husbands. Balshastri Jambekar Balshastri Jambekar, 1812-46, as pioneer of social reform through the journalism movement. He attacked the Brahmins, orthodoxy, and tried to reform the popular religion. He started the new school. Known as the father of the Maratha Janbekar used laughter and wakened people, such as the widow remarriage. Instead, the masses scientific approaches in 1814 who started the Digdarshan? Balshastri Jambekar. When 1814, is that his social reform plan? He was a social reform through the journalism movement. With that, he was attacked by Brahminical Orthodoxy. Yes, he was attacked by the Brahminical Orthodoxy, tried to reform the Hinduism. He was known as the father of Marathi genre, and his newspaper was the Darpan Marathi genre. Darpan with the people who await the social reform, such as the widow remarriage, and instill the masses a scientific approach to the life. Ambedkar founded the Bombay Native Journals Liberty, started the Native Improvement Society of which and also taught the student literacy in the Gandhi facility. He was the first professor of Indian Elphinstone College, beside being the director of Kolbach Observatory. Paramhans Mandali, 1894, December 1814, founded Maharashtra, founder of the Paramhans Mandali, Dadoba Pandura, Mehtaji Tukaram, and others. Okay, Paramhans Mandali founded by Dadoba Pandura. Is there any else? Mehtaji Durgaram. What was the time period? 1849. Where? Maharashtra. From whose mandal? The Durga mandal. And I began a secret society that worked to reform the Hindu religious society in general. The idea of this society was closely linked to that of the Mano Dharma Sabha. Besides believing that one god should be worshipped, the society and also said the real religion is based on the law, moral conduct. Freedom of thought was encouraged, as was rationality. The founder of the Mandali were primarily interested in breaking caste rule. The meeting food go lower caste people was maintained by the member. Frequently also adequate to widow marriage, women education, branches of the Paramahansa Mandali excited in the Purna Sabha. Satyasodhak Samaj and Jyotiba Phule. Satyasodhak started early. Oh, Jyotiba Phule, Jyotirao Phule. Jyotiba Phule, born in Satara, Maharashtra, belonging to Mani Garden community, organized a powerful movement against upper caste domination and the Brahmanical supremacy. Phule founded the Satyasodhak Samaj, Truth Seeker Society, Satyasodhak Samaj, J.P. Jyotiba Phule, Fair, Maharashtra. In 1873, leadership of Samaj coming from the backward classes, Mali, Telis, Kumbis, Seris, Dhamgar. The main of the movement were the social reforms, the spread of education among the women, lower caste. Sarvajin Satya Dharma, Gulamgiri become the sources of inspiration for the common masses. Village is a symbol of Rajbari and Ajapoj and Brahmin school. Phule aimed the complete abolition of the caste system, social, economic, and Sanskrit language. Sense of identity in the Fresh community. Brahmins were used to religions, blind faith, masses, exploit the masses for the personal monetary. Fully formed believers in a guideline equality were the pioneer in the women education with the help of Mani Savitri. Widows marriage women Maharashtra also opened a home for the widow in 1850. Phule was awarded the title for his social reform. गोपालधारी देशमुख को लोकहितवादी भी बोलते हैं. What we call it? लोकहितवादी, लोकहितवादी. Gopalधारी Deshmukh was a social reformer and rationalist from the Maharashtra. He held the post of the judge under the British Raj, but wrote a weekly Prabhakar. Prabhakar was written under Gopal Hari Deshmukh. Prabhakar was under the pain of love. Lokhitvadi, a social reformist period with the reorganization of Indian society. Principal and modern humanistic secular created the Hindu Orthodox who supported social and religious equality. He wrote against the evils of caste, sad, where religion does not censure the social reform and gender relation. Okay, Prabhakar was the weekly written by Lokhitvadi. With that social reform and Hitechu weekly also started with the Lokhitvadi Hitechu also played a rating voting point in the periodical Gyan Prakash, Hindu Prakash, Lokhitvadi. Gyan Prakash, Hindu Prakash, Lokhitvadi, Prabhakar and Hitechu. Gopal Ganesh Agarkar, 1856 to 1895, educationist, social reformer, Maharashtra, a strong advocate of power of unity. He criticized the blind dependence on tradition, harsh unification of the past. He was co-founder of the new English school, Deccan School Society, Ferguson College, was the principal of the Ferguson College, where Ferguson College, the king of the Gopal Ganesh Agarkar, with the educationist and social reformer, justified a blind dependence on tradition and false glorification of past. New School Deccan Education Society. He is also the first editor of Kesari, the journal started by Lokmanya Tilak. Who was the editor of the Kesari? Gopal Ganesh Agarkar. New School, the Deccan Education. Own prerogative, Sudharak. So he started his own periodical Sudharak, which spoke against the untouchability in the caste system. Okay, Sudharak spoke about untouchability in the caste system. Servant of India Society, JKJ. JKJ Gopal Krishnamurthy, liberal leader of the Indian National Congress, founded the Servant of India Society in 1905. M.G. Ranade, with the help. Aim of the society was to train the national missionaries for the service of India, promote by all the constitutional means and true interest of the Indian people, and prepare the cadre of selfless workers who were adequate their life to cause of the country in the religious space. In year 1190, the Hindutva began to publish a project before the society. Society chose by the remain from the political activities. Organization like Hindu National Congress, Gokhale Cadet, 1590, Srinivasa Shastri took over the president and society will still continue function through the Shankan base at many places in it work in the field of education, providing ashram type of school for the liberal cause like Bahalwa at many places. And social service linked the movement around Maharajus founded the social service movement. Organizing many clinics, libraries, reading rooms, day nurseries, cooperatives. The activities also include the police, sport, agents, legal aid, advice to the poor, literate, education for the family, facilities for the gymnasia, theatrical performance, sanitary ward, medical relief, wires, gloves, Joshi also founded the All India Trade Union Congress. Ramakrishna movement and dictated dietic nationalism. Other Brahmins appear more an intellectual elite in the Bengal, while the efforts Bengali founded a more emotional satisfaction in the concept of bhakti and yoga. Teaching of the Ramakrishna Paramhans. Teaching of the Ramakrishna Paramhans, a poor priest at the Kali temple, Dakshineshwar, on the outskirts of Kolkata, who was known in the childhood as the Gadhar Chaturvedi, and the many followed Ramakrishna experienced spiritual dance from very early age, is considered to have attained the highest spiritual available to the Hindu belief. He did not write book, but his conversation with the people form the basis of what were considered his teaching. His books include in the form of the parables, metaphor drawn from the observation of ordinary life, nature. What he did, she said, of universal living to the objective of the Radha Krishna. Where to bring into the existence when the monk dejected of the life, renunciation, practical spirituality, following the home the teacher walk could be sent out the spread of universal message of Vedanta and illustrated in the daily of the Radha. Conjugation with the day discipline, carrying on the preaching, philanthropic, charitable work, looking upon all the men, women, children, irrespective of the caste, creed, color, as a veritable manifestation of the divine Paramhansa himself laid the foundation of Ramakrishna Math with his young monastic discipline as quickly as to fulfill the first objective, and the second objective was taken on by the Swami Vivekananda after the Ramakrishna death, when he founded the Ramakrishna Mission in 1897. The headquarters of the Ramakrishna Math Mission at the venue near the Kolkata. Two of the twin organizations through the legally and financially separate. Parents sought the salvation through the tradition way, renunciation, mediation, bhakti, leading, preaching the westernization, modernization. He recognized fundamental oneness of all religions. He emphasized the Krishna, Ram, Krishna, Allah, or a different name of the same God. And there were many ways, the God and salvation, as many faith, and many paths, Paramhans, spirituality, compensation and suffering, the humanity inspired those who listened. He used to say the service of the man in the service of the God. Incidentally, Ramakrishna was married to the Sat Satmani Mukherjee and later the Sarvati. Ramakrishna considered Sadhana the embodiment of the divine mother. It was the Holy Mother that disciple also knew her that she played an important role in working the math and encouraging the young disciple. Swami Vivekananda learned that Banka was Banka. Later he come to know that Swami Vivekananda stated Ramakrishna message and tried to reconcile it. Need for the contemporary Indian society. He emerged as the preacher of New Hinduism. Certain spiritual experiences of the Ramakrishna, teaching the Upanishad, Gita, example of the Buddha, Jesus, he basis of the Vivekananda message. The world about the human value is guided the Vedanta, which considers the fully rationalized system and the superior approach. His mission was to bridge the gulf between the Paramatha and the Vyavhara, behavior, Vyavhara, from Paramartha and Vyavhara. Within the spiritual identity, Vivekananda with the recognition of fundamental oneness of the God inside. For our own motherland, definition and the great system of the Hindu Islam is the only home, progressing resources. Action, he declared that knowledge without the excellence is led to isolation, tendency, and touch me not attitude of the Hindu and religious motive. He found the religion's tactic approach of his operation of the woman marriage, and he believed that it was an insult of the God and humanity to teach religions to the starving man. He pointed out that masses need to be the token of the knowledge, seeking of knowledge, and about to work for their economic, upliftment, and spiritual knowledge to have a faith themselves, strengthen their moral senses. He called upon the countrymen invisible spiritual liberty. And the Pauline religious strategy government in 1893 issued a made a great impression on the people. His learned interpretation, keynotes of his opinion addressed neutral Indian balance between the spiritual and material. And this is a new culture of the, for the whole world. He called for the blend of the materialism for the West and spiritually of the East into the new harmony to the further helping for mankind. Vivekananda gave a several lectures in Vedanta University, London, before returning to India in 1887. In India, she delivered a series of lectures focused on ritual and who infuse into the new generation a sense of pride in India past, a new faith in India culture, and the real source of confidence in India. To bring about the unification of Hinduism, she by the pointing out the common foundation of its sect, make educated people to see the mystery of the downtrodden and work for the upliftment by the application of the Vedanta Vedanta principle. His emphasis, uh, his emphasis was not only the personal solution but also the social goods and economy. 1897 he founded the Ramakrishna Mission in one of the great humanist endeavors, the Ramakrishna Mission for the humanitarian relief and the social work. The mission stand for the religious and the social all the service of the Jiva pilgrimage, the worship of the soul. He acceptance the foundation is returning from the global hospital. Worldwide organization effectively releases model. It still not the world standard. It does not consider itself to set the foundation. This is one of the strong reasons for the success of the mission, unlike the other mission organized utility and value of human mercy, developing a spiritual faith pursuit eternal for omnipotent. Although its emphasis on the essential is praise, not a symbol and ritual, but believe that the philosophy of Vedanta is that the 1898 from last pieces of land of the Belu, where the Ramakrishna Math was finally secured and registered. The monastic order is open to all the members of the discrimination and legacy of caste. Arya Samadhyana also development on not in the content but the result of the reaction of the Western influence put its founder Dayanand Sarkar. Dayanand Sarkar also called Shankar in 1824 to 1883. He was born in the old Maravi. Dayanand Sarkar also called the old Shankar. Dayanand Sarkar also called the Shankar. He wanted a FSC after for the 15 years. in the search of truth. Most Aristotle was already fitted in London, it is cited that later it wanted a personalized established balance of the balance of the being at a foundation is famous for Pratyaka past two exploration of future and with a casteless society United India Religious Society nationality. That appeal foreign Arya Samaj in the common religious of Poland. He took inspiration from Vedanta and considered them as the India rock of the ages. Uh, Infallible and the true original sins of the religion, he gave the slogan back to the Beta given by the Brahmin Sanskrit is also called the Moon Sankar. He has given the Moon Arya Samaj which was established by the Dayanand Sankar. He is also known as the Veda Sankar. Back to Veda, he also Dayanand's slogan Back to Veda was called for the revival of Vedic learning and Vedic purity of the religions and not revival of the Vedic. He accepted modernity and displayed a patriotic attitude to the Western world. Diamond Society Arya Samaj holds Sankar back together. Diamond Society Arya Samaj holds Sankar back together. Diamond Society Arya Samaj holds Sankar back together. Diamond Society received the education and the Vedanta from the blind teacher named Swami Vijayartha Math, along with his emphasis on the Vedic work. He stressed the significance of integration of the spiritual insight in every person has the right access to the world. He criticized later Hindu scriptures such as the Purana and ignorant practice that preventing the Hinduism. Diamond strongly criticized the escapist Hindu belief in the Maya religion. Turning them to all the physical existence and aim of the human life as a struggle to attain the moksha, salvation through the escape from this evil world and seek from the evil. We repent the soul and the Prakriti, the distinct and eternal entity, every individual had to work out his own salvation in the light of eternal faith. Government mankind thus he attacked the popular belief that every individual contributed. He worked for the social according to principle of the destiny and unity. Dhyana believed in the theory of karma and the reincarnation, but he also said that the good deed should be the primarily for the good of the other and not for the Dyananda launched a frontal attack on the Hindu Orthodox caste rigidity, untouchability, idolatry, polytheism, against the 18 death through the Sharda. Dyananda suspended to the basic commission of the Chaturvarna system in which a person was identified as the Brahmin, Kshatriya, Vaishya, Shudra, not by the birth according to occupation. after some much fixed minimum marriage age as a 25 years, a boy 16 years, 16 years, but girls from Yemen was minimum time to raise the children. The 10 guiding principle of Bharat that the God is the primary sources of all the true knowledge, and God culture all the truth, all the knowledge of the Almighty, immoral creator of the universe, which are known working universe. The Veda, the books of the true knowledge, the Arya, and they should always be ready to accept the truth, abandon and the Dharma that into the consideration of the right and the wrong should be guided principle of all things. Principle A of the Samaj to promote the world's well-being, material, spiritual and social side. Everybody should be treated with the law and justice, ignorance and discipline, and the knowledge will increase. As world progress should be depends on the upliftment of others, social well-being of mankind into the place about the individual well-being. Parasama's social idea comprising of the fatherhood of the God, brotherhood of the man, equality of the sexes, absolute justice in everything, between the man and the man, man and the man of the nation, intermental marriage, and widow remarriage also. Then and also meet the other reformers of the time, Keshav Chandra Sen, Ishwar Chandra Vidyapala. Arya Samaj was one of the main of the social service rendered in the time of calamity such as the earthquake, the mine, and the flood. That also took the initiative to promoting the education after the death of Dyananda in 1883. The work of the Samaj was carried on the Mauritius member of education in all the important fields for the world. What is another social idea container for the good and brotherhood of opinion, equality of sexes, absolute justice, and fair play between the men and nations. Arsenal also continued as a social service at the time of calamity such as the earthquake, famine, and the floods. Altitude initiative to promote education. Death of the Thailand 1883. The work of so much carried out by the illustration member education work all important field for the Samaj, Bangalore, DAV College, Addison established DAV College, Thailand, Anglo-Vedic, Thailand Anglo-Vedic College. Was establishment in 1886 at Lahore, but different of opinion between the two groups of Samaj. Roger better curriculum of the DAV College, and group was known as the College Party. Some sources culture party. Doge later went Lala Hansraj, Lal Chandra, Lala Rajput Rai. Later the Gurukul party led by the Guru Datta Vidyarthi Lala Mansi, who later come to known as the Swami Sat. Lala College party favored the government curriculum, English education to meet the economic professional need to network. Mahatma Party was interested in introducing the self-study, spirit and the Vedic tradition of ancient Gurukul later the use of Vedantism and also we can find and nothing against the vegetarian plant. The diet was personal choice and it was not mentioned in the principle that the Catholic papers of all the Arifin were strict vegetarian. This was split 1993 over the DGC. The Polish party retained the control over the DAV school and the college. The Arya Parniti Sabha Punjab and majority of the local RSM branches were taken over by the Mahatma. Swami Sardanand opened the Gurukul in 19 Gujranwala in the West Bengal, now in the Pakistan in 1904. The Gurukul was moved to the Kangri in the Haridwar and Berlin Gurukul Kangri and Gurukul aimed to provide the indigenous alternative to the Lagale education policy for offering education in the area of Vedic literature, Indian philosophy, Indian culture, as well as the modern science research. The Gurukul believed in the radical social reform. It founded the Kanya Mahavidyalaya Jalandhar in 1896, sponsored education for the people. Arasmar was able to give the self-respect and self-confidence to the Hindu, which helped to undermine the myth of the superiority of the white in the Western education culture. It has zeal to protect the Hindu society from the onslaught of Christianity, Islam. The RSM started to hold up calling out Christianity and Islam, an aggressive campaign on the Suddhi League was increasing the communalization of the social life during the 1920 and later snowballed into the communal political life. Christian women also attempted to uplift those regarded untouchable and outside the caste system. सेवा सदन फारसी सदर प्रमुख बहराम जी मालबारी बहराम जी ने started the सेवा सदन led the Parsi founded the Seva Sadan in 1908 along with the friend Diwan Dayaram gentleman Manamari school previously against the child marriage and for the video and then it was his effort that led to the Age of Consent Act regulation. The Age of Consent for the female Seva Sadan specializing taking care of those women who exploited workers and then discarded in the society. It was created to all the parts of housing service, destitute women, and education, and medical and welfare. Wherein Nobody required educated Indian investment. Dev Samaj founded in 1878. Following of three earlier developments, following of these and the religious cultural economic society emphasis on attention to supremacy of Guru and the need for a good action that called for the ideal social behavior such as not accepting the bribes, avoiding the intoxicating non-vegetarian food, keeping away from the violent action, a teaching where the composite in the book they are against respect for against the child. Dharmasabha Radha Keturia founded the 1830 Orthodox Society. Self-religious matter. Dharamdev Samaj started as a singer and a group. Earlier the Brahma Samaj following their was a religious social reform. Dharmasabha founded in 1820 an Orthodox society. It stood for the preservation of the status quo in the society. Socio-religious matter opposing even the abolition of the sati. However, it favored the promotion of Western education in the Bharata Dharma Mahamandal, an all-India organization of Orthodox education Hindu. It stood for the defense of Orthodox Hinduism against the Ram Krishna Mission. other organizations created the difference or product. Hinduism were Sanatan Dharma Sabha, Dharma Mahaparishad in the South India, Dharma Mahamandal in the Bengal. These organizations combined in the 1902 to form a single organization, the Bharat Dharma Mahamandal, with headquarters in the organization purported to the proper management of Hindu religious institutions, open individual communities. This is the Pandit Narendra Modi led the parliamentary. Radha Swami movement to surround Bangalore, the Agra, also known as Singh Sahab, founded the movement in 1861. Radha Swami movement, he was the Tulsi Ram, who was a banker from Agra. Founded the movement in 1861. Radha Krishna believed one of the supreme being supremacy of good, a company of peaceous people, the simple life, simple social life, a spiritual attainment. They believe it does not call for the renunciation of worldly life. They consider all the religious to be the true, while the sect has no belief in it. Crime and scale of places. It considered as a necessary duty, work of faith and charity service of SNDP. Sri Narayan Guru Dharma Paripalan, which was an example of original movement, turned out to conflict with the native race classes and other classes. Started the Sri Guru Narayan Swami in the 1856 around. Age was in Kerala, who was backward caste and totally capped. They considered to be the untouchable in higher education and trained to attend when Weavers were the single largest caste group in the Kerala, constituting 26% of the total population. Narayan Guru himself from the Ejahawat caste took a stone from the Mayar river, installed the Shivlinga Aruvipuram Sivaratri in 1888. It was intended to show the consensus of the idol was not the monopoly of higher caste. It began the revolution that soon led to the removal of the many discrimination in Kerala society. The movement Arivi Puri movement was the famous poet Kumaran Hasan, a disciple of Narayana. Aruvipuram Kshetra Yogam Ashram Bhajan decided to expand the big organization with the to help the Ejhawas to progress the materiality and unite the spiritual. Kalinga Mysore, launched by the head launch and anti-Brahmin movement in 1905. Justice movement, Madras facilities that of C.E. Mudaliar, T.M. Nair, and P. Tyagaraja to secure a job and representation for the non-Brahmins in the legislature in 1970. Madras Presidency Association of College demanded a separate representation for the lower caste in the legislature. Self-respect movement. This movement was started E.V. Ramesh at Balija Nadu. Balija Nadu. And in 1920, the movement aimed to nothing short of rejection of the Brahmanicals, religious and culture, which Naka failed for the prime instrument of exploitation of the lower caste. Failed. Prime instrument of exploitation of lower caste. He sought to undermine the position of Brahmin based on the formalizing waiting without the Brahminical feast. Temple Temple entry movement is significant director only done by the following Sri Narayan Guru, and Kumaran Agar, T.K. Madhavan, prominent social reformers and editor of the Deshbhimani took up the issue of the temple entry with the Travancore administration. Nothing inspires in the meanwhile the Baikal in the north. Then part of the Travancore became the center of education for the temple. 1924, the Baikal Satyagraha led by the K.P. Keshav launched in the Kerala, demanding for the throwing open of Hindu temple and the road to untouchable. The Satyagraha reinforcement Jatha from Punjab and Gandhi undertook a tour of Kerala. 1971 when the civil disobedience movement by the suspected attempted as a organizing the inspired by the key Kali Yutam Subramanian Tirambu singing Guru Kerala, this later group of the 16th Guru and later like P. Krishna Pillai, A. K. Gopala, Virananda Satyagram, finally the Nanda Bharananda, Hilfe Satyada Maharaja, Travancore issue proclamation through open all the government controlled. A similar step was taken by the C. Rajagopalachari administration of the Indian Social Conference from the NG under Indian Social Conference from the NG under Rabindranath Tagore. 1887, at the same time at the venue of the Indian National Congress, it focused attention on the social issues of importance. It could be called the social reform sales of Indian National Congress. In fact, the conference had that the intercaste marriage of both the polygamy. It launched the pledge movement. As for the people to take the pledge on the childhood. Wahhabi movement, Abdul Wahab. of Arabia. Abdul Wahab of Arabia started the Baha'i movement. Abdul Wahab of Arabia started the Baha'i movement. The conflict occurred the intercaste marriage before the fall of colonialism. It launched pledge movement to inspire the people to take pledge at the child. His parents eventually revitalized the call for the return to his status. He was the first Indian Islam leader in 18th century to organize the Muslims around the two port of island. This movement is desirability of harmony among the four schools of Muslim jurisprudence which had debated between the Muslim. He sought and targeted the best element of the four schools, recognition of the role of individual consensus, the religious with the conflicting interpretation between the Quran and the Hadith. Teaching of the Wadiya were further popularized. Shah Abdul Qadir Sayyid Ahmad Barelvi, who also gave them political perspective under the Islamic practice that had kept into the Muslim. Sayyid Ahmad world further returned to pure Islam and to society that system of Arabia and the Prophet India was considered to be the root or land and it needed to connect. Initially, movement was again directed by the Sikhs in the Punjab, but after the British annexation of Punjab, the movements were directed toward the middle. And the teaching of the British military. Titunir movement. Titu Mukhtar Ali, popularly known as Titu Mir, was a disciple of the Sayyid Ahmad Barelvi. Titu Mir, founder of the Baha'i movement. Titu Mir adopted the Wahhabism and devoted to the Sharia. He organized the Muslim peasant of Bengal and the Bengal, who were mostly Hindu. The British India plantainer movement was not similar as the British movement. It made out to be only the last year the Titu was where confrontation between him and the British was skilled in the action and meeting. Faraji movement, Faraji movement because of his passage to Islam, he left the faith and founded by the Haji Sharitullah Thakur. His action was East Bengal. It aimed at winning the Muslim of the region. Their attention to their duties alongside under the leadership of Haji Dodo, the movement became the revolutionaries from 1842 onward. हेलो शिवम, गुड मॉर्निंग, कैसे हो? He gave movement to organize system from the village to the principal of the curriculum by the duty at every level. ओके, कितने बजे जगे हैं आप? अरे यार, अभी जग के तुरंत मेरे वीडियो पे कमेंट कर दिया आपने। थैंक यू सो मच। Describe itself by the standard bearer. अब कोई स्कूल जाना है? Scared again to the movement is state based on liberal education in the Indians. Ahmadiyya community each one Islamic sects to believe that the Messiah had come to be person of the Mirza Ghulam Ahmad to end the religious war, bloodshed and the reign state, morality, peace and justice. They believe in separate mosque from the state as well as the human right to dress. Women are the Ahmadiyya movement like Baha'ism, which flourished in the West Asian countries apart from Westism. Sayyid Ahmad Khan, the Aligarh movement, the British knew revolt on the revolt of 1857 held the Muslims to be the main conspirator. This was further strengthened by the activities of the army. But later the opinion got currency among the rulers that the Muslims could be used as allies against the regime, ties, nationalism, political activities represented among the other by the foundation of the Indian National Congress. This was achieved though offer a more thoughtful concession to the Muslims. The section of the Muslim led by the Sayyid Ahmad Khan was ready to allow the official backdrop to stimulate the process of growth among the Muslims through the better education and employment opportunity. Sayyid Ahmad Khan born in the respectable Muslim family by the loyalist member of the Judicial Service of the British government. After retirement in 1876, he became member of Imperial Legislative Council in 1878. His loyalty earned him to knighthood. In 1888, he wanted to reconcile Western scientific education with the teaching of Quran, which were interpreted in the light of contemporary rationalism. The science, even though he also held the Quran to be the ultimate authority, he said the religion should be adaptable with the time, and else it would be become fossilized, and that the religious tent were not immunity. He advocated the critical approach and freedom of thought, not a complete dependence on the tradition and custom. He was also a jealous economist, an official. He opened a school in town, got a book translated into the Urdu, started the Mohammedan Anglo-Indian College, later the Aligarh Muslim University. Aligarh in 1875 we also struggled to bring about the improvement in the position of women through the better education by opposing the Parda polygamy adequacy, e.g. divorce and condemning the system of Piri Murti. He believed in the fundamental underlying unity of religion, practical morality. He also preached the basic commonality of Hindu and Muslim interests. Syed Ahmad Khan argued that the Muslims should first concentrate on education, job and try to catch up the Hindu counterpart who had gained the advantage of early start, active participation in politics. In that point, he felt that it would be invited hostility of the government toward the Muslim masses. Therefore, he opposed the political activity by the Muslim. Unfortunately, in his enthusiasm to promote the educational and the employment interests of the Muslim, he allowed himself to be used as a colonial government in an obnoxious policy of divide and rule. Later years started propagating divergence of interest of Hindu and Muslim. Such progressive social ideas were propagated through his magazine Tehdeeb al-Akhlaq, improvement of manners and moral. Aligarh movement started as a liberal modern movement. Aligarh movement was a liberal modern trend among the Muslim intelligentsia based on the memorandum Muhammad Anglo Oriental College. Aligarh aimed at expanding modern education around India, Muslim without the people their allegations of social reform and the Muslim unity, Parda, polygamy, widow, women's education, slavery, divorce. The ideology of followers of the movement was based on the liberal interpretation of the Quran, interests of the family Islam, with the refined culture. They wanted to import distinct social culture identity to the Muslim and modern Islam. So the leader became center of religious culture. They were this Darul Darul they were recognized that the orthodox section of the Muslim was revolutionary with the twin objective of propagating Quran and Hadith and the Muslim and giving liveliness praise to Jesus. Devan Sahar Buddhist 1866 Muhammad Rashid Ahmad trained religious leader for the Muslim community in contrast to the other movement. which claim to welfare of the Muslims due to Western educational support of the British government aim of the Deoband movement. He was original and Islamic religion. On the political front, the Deoband school welcomed the formation of Indian National Congress. In 1888, he issued the fatwa for the religious duty against the Sayyid organization, United Patriotic Association, Roman Oriental Association, Roman Religious. Moral and religious legislation for the Muslim community. Instruction in partly Deoband were in Islamic community. Muhammad ul Hasan, a new Deoband leader, gave a political intellectual context for the religious identity. After school, he worked out synthesizing the Islamic principle and established inspiration. Jamaat ul Ulama gave a concentrated idea of protecting religious and political freedom. Contains united Shibli Imam is a supporter of the Deoband, favored the inclusion of all Islam. He founded the Nadwata Ulma Darul Ulma. He believed that religion cooperation between the Muslim and Hindu create a state in which the both live amicably. Ranumai Majda Religious Reform Association founded by the group of English educated Parsi and three generations of religious condition. Restoration of Zoroastrian religious to the pristine superiority. Kutonji, Dada Kangaruji, K.R. Kama, S.S. Bangle. Later, the message of the reform was spread by the newspaper. Rast Guptar, Tooth Tale, Parsi religious ritual and practice were reformed Parsi creed identity women through the removal of part of social age of the marriage and education. Gradually, the Parsi emerged as the most westernized section of the society. A Sikh reform movement, Sikh community could not remain untouched by the regime. The tides of nationalist and progressive idea of the 19th century. Sikh Sabha movement was founded with the available in modern Western education, the sea and the counter, the proselytic activities, Christian missionaries, as well as the Roman Arya Samaj, Muslim knowledge are the first objective the network of the Khalsa school. As established by the Sabha throughout in the second direction. Everything that went above the Guru teaching was rejected and the custom considered to be consistent with the sixth doctrine. Akalim also known as the Gurudwara and founded Singh Sabha movement. It aimed to liberating the Sikh Gurudwara movement from control of the corrupt Udasi Mahants, force having become the hereditary. These Mahants were loyalist and reactionary lords, and when government patrolled, the government tried to repressive policy against the non-violent, non-cooperative Satyagraha launched by the Akali in 1921. But had to go before the popular demand. It passed the Sikh Gurudwara Act 1921 amended 25, which gave the control of Gurudwara to the Sikhs versus of the administration through the Shiromani Gurudwara Prabandhak Committee and the apex body. Akali movement was the regional movement but not a communal one. Akali leaders played a notable role in the national liberation struggle through the sort of descending lines or occasionally. Theosophical movement, a group of Western Madam H.B. Walensky and Colin M.S. Olcott, Colin M.S. and Walensky, who were inspired by the Indian thought and culture founded in Theosophical Society. In the New York City, United States in 1970, M.S. Olcott, M.S. Olcott, M.S. Olcott, M.S. Olcott, H.P. Blesky, H.P. Blesky. They shifted to their headquarters from Adair, outskirts of New Madras. The relationship would be established between the person's soul and God by the contemplation, prayer, revelation. It accepted the Hindu belief in the reincarnation karma drew the inspiration from the philosophy of Upanishad, Samak, Yoga, Vedanta school of thought. It aimed to work for the universal brotherhood, humanity without a distinction, race, creed, sex, caste, color. The society also sought to investigate unexplained law of the nature and power latent. Theosophical movement come to be alive with the Hindu renaissance at the one Satta which we call the Arya Samaj too. India movement became the somewhat popular with the election of Annie Besant in 47 to 33. It took the Ajit president after the death of Olcott in 1923. Annie Besant had come to India in 1893. She laid the foundation of Central Hindu College in Benares in 1898, where both Hindu religious and the Western scientific subjects were taught. The college became the nucleus for the formation of Banaras University. Annie Besant also did much for the cause of the education of the Theosophical Society. Olcott, Walensky, and Madame Blavatsky were called then Theosophical Society. Annie Besant joined us. Theosophical Society provided common denominator for the various sects to fulfill urge educated Hindu. But to an average Indian, the theosophical philosophy seemed to be the vague, lacking positive program. To what extent its impact was limited to the small segment of westernized class or religious revitalized, the theosophist did not attain much success. But as a movement of Western glorified Indian religious philosophical tradition, it gave a much needed self-respect to the Indian with fighting the British colonial rule. Being from the other angle, the theosophist also had the effect of giving a false sense of pride of the Indian people to their outdated and somewhat backward-looking tradition. Wahhabi movement, Ahmadiyya movement, most of us think of the 1857 revolt, the first major coup of the representative against the British, who were represented by the rule of the East India Company. However, there were many incidents before the 1857 revolt that indicating Paul was not a well and that were for building the resentment against the aliens. This resentment manifested itself in the several wars of reasons, which represented different group of the people in the different regions. People resistance meaning in context of the people is resistance against resistance against the people's rule. But people in campuses, several sections of Indian society were affected by the elite. The peasants, even peasant, artisan, tribal, ruling class, active or disproposed military personnel, those were company as well as demobilished soldier, ex-ruler, religious leader, Hindu, Muslim, fought for protection of their interest at the, at the time of separately, at the time of together. Agitation in the Banaras in 1810 against the home on a house tax imposition by the colonial government. Surat revolts in 1814 against the salt duty, the raging Bareilly in 1816 against the police tax and municipal taxes are some of the examples of the urban movement in which people from the lower southern like artisan, petty, shopkeeper and the urban poor fought together with the prosperous urban peasantry. The interest of these resistance different in the sense that each section had a different grievance convey on the common objective to end the British rule. According to Bipin Chandra, the people resistance to three broad people is three broad forms. First is the civil rebellion, tribal uprising, peasant rebellion. Civil, tribal, and peasant uprising. We would also consider the military revolt as a form of people resistance, which involved Indian employed in the company's forces to make the duty of the people's resistance more comprehensive. In the in pre-colonial India, people protest against the ruler and their officials were not uncommon. High land revenue demand by the state, corrupt practice, hard attitude of offering being some of the instigating factor. However, to the establishment of colonial rule and its policy had much more an inhalitative effect on the Indian as a whole. Uh, there was there was no one to hear their grievance, to pay the attention to their problem. The contemporary was merely interested in the extracting revenue. Colonial law and the judiciary safeguard the interest of the government and its collaborator, landlord, merchant, moneylender. Thus, the people left with no option chose to take the arm, defend themselves. The condition of tribal people were not different from those of the people living the mainland, but the encroachment of outsiders into the independent tribal polity made them more aggressive and violent. Uh, Causative factor for people uprising. Major factor responsible for the people resentment and uprising against the company rule are followed: the colonial and land revenue settlement, heavy burden of the new taxes, eviction of the parents from their land, and encroachment on the tribal land, exploitation in the early Indian, coupled with the growth of intermediary intermediary revenue collector, tenant, and the money lender. Exploitation is the causative factor for the people uprising. There are many causative factors for people uprising like टैक्स हो गया, बर्डन ऑफ टैक्सेस होगा, इवेक्शन ऑफ द peasant and the encroachment on the tribal land. Tax heavy burden of the taxes हो जाएगा, eviction of the peasant from their land हो जाएगा, encroachment on the tribal area हो जाएगा, exploitation in the rural society, coupled with the growth of intermediary revenue collector, tenant, and money lender, expansion of revenue administration over the tribal land, leading to the loss of tribal people owned over the agriculture and forest land. Promotion of British manufactured goods, heavy duty on the Indian industry, especially the tax duty, leading to devastation of Indian handlooms and handicraft industry. Destruction of indigenous industry, leading to the migration of workers from the industry to agriculture, increasing the pressure on the migratory. Civil uprising. The word civil encompasses everything which is not related to the defense military, but there here we have included the those uprising which were generally led by the deposed native rulers or their descendants, for their former zamindar, landlords, oligarchs in the south area, the holder of territory, Palayam, the consisting of few villages granted to them by the ruler, that is called the Palayam. Oligarch is also landholder, landlord, landholder of territory. Palayam is consisting of few villages granted by the rulers. Mainly the Nayak, the return of military service and tribute. Ex uh, ex-retainer official of the conquered kingdom. Sometimes by the religious leader, the mass support generally come from the rank-rented peasant, unemployed artisan, demolished soldier. Although at the center of these uprisings were the erstwhile power-built classes. Major cause of civil uprising. Under the company rule, there were the rapid changes in the economy, administration, land revenue system that went against the people. Several jamidars and oligarchs who had lost control over their land, and its revenue due to the colonialism, had a personal score to settle with the few. The ego of traditional Jamidar oligarch was hurt due to the being sidelined in the rank by the government official and the new class comprising of merchant, money lender. The rule of Indian handicraft industry due to the colonial policy improvised millions of artisan whose misery was further compounded by the disappearance of their traditional patrons and by princes, chieftain, jamindar. The priestly classes instigated hated and rebellious against the rebellion because the religion's preacher, priest, pandit, Maulvi had been independent on the traditional landed or the bureaucratic elite. The fall of Jamidar and the feudal lord directly affected the priestly classes. The foreign character of the British ruler who always remained alien to this land. Their contemptuous treatment of the native people hurt the pride of the latter. General characteristics of civil organization uprising most cases represented a common condition, though the separate time and places. And their semi-feudal leaders of civil uprising were the backward-looking and traditional of outlook. Their basic objective was to restore the earlier form of rule and the social relation. Uh, these civil uprising were the result of local causes, grievances, and they were also localized in their consequence. Some important uprising like Sannyasi revolt, which happened in 1763 to 1800. Disaster famine of 1770 and the harsh economic order of the British compelled a group of sannyasi in the eastern India to fight the British. Originally, the peasant, even some evicted from the land. These sannyasi were joined by the large number of disproportionate small jamidari, disbanded soldiers in the rural area. They raided company factory and the treasury and fought for the company profit. It was only after a prolonged action that Warren Hastings could subjugate the sannyasi. Who subdued sannyasi? Warren Hastings. When was the sannyasi revolt happened? It happened in 1770. What is the reason for the disastrous famine and harsh economic condition? Okay, so that's why some originally peasants and some fight for the evicted from the land, and these sannyasi were joined a large number of disproportionate small jamidar and disbanded the soldiers and ruler. They raided the company factory and treasury, fought for the company forces. It was only after the prolonged action the Warren Hastings was the governor. At that time, they used to subdue the sannyasi. Equal participation of Hindu, the Muslim, the characteristic uprising, sometimes referred to as the Fakir rebellion. Manjuman Shah, Chirag Ali, Musa Shah, Bhavani Bhatta, and Devi Chaudhrani were the important leaders. Devi Chaudhrani participation recognized the women's role in the early resistance against the British. Anandamars, a semi-historical novel by the Bankim Chandra Chattopadhyay, is based on the Sannyasi revolt. Bankim Chandra also wrote the novel Devi Chaudhrani, as he saw importance of the women to taking up the struggle against the alien rule that poses to threats to the traditional Indian man. The revolt in the Midnapur and the Dhalwam English took hold of Midnapur in 76. So Fakir rebellions are each against the British government by the Manjuman Shah and the Chirag Ali, Musa Shah and the Bhavani Shah. Devi Chaudhary also. The Anandmart was written by the Bankim Chandra Chattopadhyay, and it is based on the Sannyasi revolt, and that teach one more important thriller, Devita Chaudhary. She was the woman who against the British and prominent woman. Second, Fakir rebellion is also called the Sannyasi rebellion. Fakir rebellion is also called the Sannyasi rebellion. In the time period between the 7070 to 7070 to 18 1800 7070 to 1800. It is subjected by the Warren Hastings. Warren Hastings was the Governor General at the time of Sannyasi rebellion, of Fakir rebellion. The important leader of women was Devi Chaudhary. He saw important of women taking a struggle against the alien rule. And next was the Midnipur and Dalbhum revolt. Midnipur and Dalbhum revolt. English took hold of Midnipur in 1760. At the time, there was about 3,000 Jamidar and Talukdar having guardian relations with their youths. But the harmonious scenario changed after the introduction of the new lands revenue system by the English in 1772. According to the British government, one sixth Jamidar of the Midnipur sided with the Riots in case of conflict between the Riots and the English revenue collecting officials. Jamidar of the Dalbhum, Manbhum, and the Raipur, Panchet, Jatibhum, uh, Karnagarh, Bagri, living in the vast tract of the jungle Mahal of the west of the North Midnapore, were ultimately disproposed to of their jamidars by the 18th century. The important leader of the uprising were Damodar Singh and Jagannath Das. What is the name of Damodar Singh and Jagannath Das? It is a revolt, Dalbhum and Mednipur, with time period between 1766 to 1774. Revolt of the The revolt of the Mamori in 1769 was the potent challenges to the authority of Ahom king of Assam. The Memorials was low caste peasant who followed the teaching of the Aniruddha and their rage, the similar that of other low caste group in the North India. The revolt weakened the Ahom and opened the door for the other attack on the religion. For instance, in 1792, the king of Darang Krishna Narayan, assisted by his trained uh, Karpangates, the demolished soldier of the Muslim army and the Jamidar revolt. To crush these revolts, the Ahom ruler had requested the British memorial made of Bhatia Par and their headquarters Rangpur, now Bangladesh. Jorhat was the most affected region, although the Ahom kingdom survived the rebellion and weakened the kingdom, failed it a Burmese invasion and finally come to under the rule. Civil uprising in the Gorakhpur, Basti and Barrage. Revolt of the Memorials. Revolt of the Memorials. Memorials. 2008 college में से मराठा and Mysore made a plan to fund the money involving English officer Ijaradar revenue follow. Revenue formula in Babur. He involved Major Alexander Henry Penny, who was well acquainted with the region and agent. 1778 Henry secured the Ijara, the Gorakhpur and the Behravans to the amount of 22 lakh rupees for the 1 year. In fact, it was a secret experiment by the company to see for itself just how much surplus money was accessible and effective. However, the Henry addresses the excessive demand of revenue made religious which had been flourish state under the panic Umdar and the cultivator rose out of the unbeatable exhibition in 1878 within the peak of nation rising family subordinated with Steve Jayadar Khalil. Although the rebellion was suppressed, however, it is not the Ijara possible. Revolt of the Ijara and Vijay. A 1780 treaty was made between the English and Anand Gajpati Raju. Anand Gajpati Raju, the ruler of the Vijayanagar, to jointly off to range from the northern Sikar. In this mission, they were successfully but English, as was usual in their case, fall back to their old family. Treaty of Anand we could seriously tackle the Vijay Company Limited. They went to the this anger used to the English captured the Raja in 1793 in order him to go exile with her friends. Raja refused and Raja died in the battle of Padma, Padmanna, Padma, Padmanabhan, modern Visakhapatnam district. Revolt of Raja Vijayangan. Vijayangan come together company rule. Later the company offered the estate to disease Raja's son, decayed Raja's son and reduced the demand for the company. Thondia in the Bedur. After the conquest of the Mysore in 1719, 1799, the English had confronted with the native leader Dhondia Wagh. Dhondia Wagh, the Sioux local Maratha leader, was converted small by the Tipu Sultan, but put in jail due to his misadventure. Got released with the fall of Srirangapatnam. Very soon, the Dondia organized a force which considered anti-British element, carve out a small territory for himself, are defeated by the English in August 1799, forced him to take the refuge in the Maratha region, where he instigate disproportionate forces to fight against the English, and he himself took in the leadership in the September. Edinburgh was killed by the fighting against the British forces under the Palissy. Though Dondia failed, he became the venerated leader of the Marxist resistance of Kerala, Burma, Pajasi Raja. Kerala, Burma, Pajasi Raja, Pajasi Raja को बोले इन्होंने the Kerala Simhan, Lion of the Kerala, Lion of the Kerala. Pajasi Raja was one of the head of the Kottayam in the Malabar region. Apart from the resistant Hyder Ali, Tipu Sultan, Kerala Burma fought against the British between 1793 to 1793 to 1805. The Third Anglo-Mycenaean War extended to the English paramountcy over the Kottayam and the violation of earlier agreement. And 1798, which was recognized the independence of Kottayam, the English appointed the Veera Verma, the uncle of the Pajhasi Raja. Rather, the new Raja was linked to revenue target fixed by the government, levied exorbitant rate of tax on the peasant. This led to mass resistance by the peasant under the leadership of the Phaji Raja. 1793, Phaji Raja fought bravely using the guerrilla warfare. In 1797, the peace treaty was made. Conflict over the dispute on the Vinod in 1800 started. The insurgents were killed. The Jhansi Raja organized a large force of the Maharaj, which supplemented the mere place in the later with demolished Tipu, who had become unemployment. After Tipu death on November 1805, Kerala Simhan died in the gunfight at the Mavilas tomb near the present Kerala. Civil rebellion in Awadh. Kerala, Tondia and Bandar. Awadh में civil. Wazir Ali Khan, the fourth Nawab of Awadh, who was the fourth Nawab, Wazir Ali Khan, with the help of the British, he ascended the throne September 1797, but very soon his relation with the British became sour, and he got replaced by his uncle Sadadat. Sadat Ali Khan II. The Wazir Ali Khan was granted a pension in the Banaras. However, in January 79, he killed a British resident, George Frederick Chandler, who had invited him to lunch. Wazir Ali Guard killed two other Europeans, even attacked the magistrate of Banaras. Whole incident became famous in the massacre of the Banaras. Okay, massacre of Banaras related to the Wazir Ali Khan. The Wazir Ali Khan able to assemble an army of the several thousands men, which were defeated by the general Erskine. Wazir Ali fled the Bitwal and was granted the ascendant by the ruler of the jail. Arthur Wellesley requested the Raja Jaipur to extradite the Wazir Ali. Wazir Ali was extradited on the condition that he could neither be hanged nor could put to death. After the surrender in 1790, he was placed in the confinement at the Fort William, Calcutta. Uprising in the Ganjam and the Gumsa. In the northern Sikra, the Ganjam and its adjoining regions rose in revolt against the British rule. Satrikara Bhanj, a Jamidar Gumsur, Ganjam district, refused to pay the revenue in 1797, and in 1800 he openly rebelled against the defeat. Collector was replaced to suppress the insurrection as Strikoda was joined by the Jalani Dev of the Vajinagar and Jagannath Dev of the Pratapgiri. In 1804, Jagannath Dev was captured and sent to the Machilipatnam, but the English had to assign certain districts to the Strikara Bhanj. In 1807 and 8, Tangaraj Bhanj, son of the Strikara forces, his father to lead the state, and Bhanj was rebelled against the English but was forced to surrender in June 1850. Strikara, who had returned to the Ganjam and appointed by the Jamidar and compromised with the government, he managed the states between the 1890 to 1831. Failing the liquidable error, retired in the favor of his son. Dhananjay, however, unable to pay the enormous arrear of Dhananjay, Bhanj rose in the rebellion for the second time when the British could occupy the Gumsura coal island in 1830. The revolt greatly reduced the government authority, but Dhananjay died in December 1837. His followers continued to resist. The government appointed the resource with the full discretionary power to deal with the situation. The struggle lasted till February 1837, when the Dora Desai, formidable leader, was arrested. In Jamindari of the Gulsur was notified. Uprising in the Palamu. The political situation in Palamu was complicated by the crisis of agrarian landlordism and the feudal system. What happened in 1800? Bukhan Singh, the Chero chief, rose in the rebellion Colin Jones camped for the 2 years in the Palau and Sarguja to suppress the rebellion. Bukhan Singh died in 1802 and subsequently the insurrection flamed out. Polygas revolts in the South India gave steep resistance to the British between the 1795 to 1805. The main center of these strong uprising were the Tinvelli, the Ramnathpuram, Shivaganga, Sivgiri, Madurai, and the North Arcot. The problem started in 1781 when the Nawab of Arcot gave management and control of Tinvelli and the Carnatic provinces to the East India Company. This arrangement caused a resentment against the Polygars, who had for the long considered themselves the independent sovereign authority within their respective territory. The first revolt of the Polygar against the company was basically over the taxation, but had a large political dimension in that English considered and treated the Polygar as enemies. Kuttabhum Naika, the Polygars, Panjal Kulji led insur- insurrection between 1795 to 1799 after the fire battle in which the company forces were defeated by the Meera Pandya. Kottabam uprising was put in the latter's head, and this led a greater rebellion by the Polygars, which reinforces the company forces were finally able to defeat the Kottabam. Kottabam fled into the Pudukkottai forest and once again um, betrayed, this time by the Pettapam, the Raja of the Pudukkottai, who entered into the agreement with the British and lead to the capture of Kottabam. The Kottabam was held in the conspicuous places. A close associate, uh, Subramania Pillai, was also hanged, and the Sondra Pandians, another rebel, brutally killed. And Palyam and the Panja Laukuriaji, the states of the five other Polygars, and who had joined the rebel, were confiscated and prominent Polygars executed and sent to prison. Second phase, which was more violent than the previous one, started in February 1801 when the Polygar imposed and the fort of Palamkota were able to escape. The rebels took control of many forts, even the captured the Tuticorin. The British forces were soon reinforced from the Malabar, and the fugitive lead by the Omathurai, the brother of the Kuttabom, who fled the Sivaganga and the Ramnand, joined the rebellion of the Madurai led by the Maratha Pandyan, which was sub- suppressed in October 1801. The fort of the Panjal Kurchi was reached the ground, and named the places was expended from all the documents of the district, meaning the Nawab surrendered the civil and military administration of all the territory dependency of the Carnatic exclusively to company government. Between 1803 to 1805, the Polygar of the North Arcot rose a rebellion when they were deprived of their rights. Collector Cavalfish क्या है? Cavalfish the Watch was the ancient institution of Tamil Nadu. It was hereditary village police officer with the specified right responsibility. The region was the lawless condition, particularly in the Parliament, Chittor, Chandagiri, and the Polgar of the Gulta, who put most of the dairy and the disrepute among the insurgency. That motive. He joined to the disproposed Bolivar and the Chiragulli by the Feb 1805. The rebels were suppressed and the several chiefs were ordered to resign. Besides Nagatas, while some of the others gained the allowances of 18% upon the revenue of their estate. Oligar rebellions spread over the vast area of the South India. Proclamation by the rebels say Shunmunkhas indicated that they believe in the mass movement against the alien or secular independence of the uprising in the Bhiwani. 1809, the Jat of Haryana broke into the rebellion. The Jat fortified themselves in Bhiwani amid a strong resistance of a brigade of all the armed with a powerful battle ram was required to suppress the revolt. Diwan Belu Thampi revolt. East India Company horse condition imposed on the state of Travancore. After both of them agreed to subsidiary alliances agreement under the Wellesley in 1805, caused resentment in the region. The ruler was not able to pay the subsidies and fell in the arrear. Who introduced the subsidiary alliances? It was introduced by the Wellesley. What was the time period? Time period 1805. What happened? The king was too deep recession and not able to pay the subsidies and fell into the marriage. The British resentment of the Travancore was melting in the internal affairs of the state, and high-handed attitude of the company compelled Prime Minister Dalwa Velu Thampi to rage against the company, assisted by the mayor from Velu Thampi address on gathering in the Kundara, openly calling for taking up arms against the British to oust them for the native soil. This was the later known as the Kundra Proclamation. This was a large-scale rebellion against the British. As a result, a large military operation has to be undertaken to restore the peace. Maharaja of Travancore had not only supported the rebellions and defeated to the side of the company. The Velu Thampi killed himself, avoided the capture and the rebellion petered out. Disturbance in the Bundelkhand. 1808 to 12, vast province of Bundelkhand conquered by the British during the Second Anglo-Maratha War. What was the Anglo-Maratha War time period? 1803 to Second Anglo-Maratha War between the 1803 to 1805 was put within the presidency of Bengal. Bundela chief offered resistance to the new government as long as they could fight from their fort numbering nearly 150. The first major resistance came to Lakshman Dawa, and the fort commander, that is called the Kilada of the Ajaygarh fort. Lakshman was the permitted to retain the forts as a temporary arrangement for the 2 year ending of 1808, but he wanted to continue his hold after the expiry of term. He surrendered in February 1809 and was taken to Calcutta. The next resistance came from the Kiladhar of Kalanjar Darya Singh. He was suppressed in the January 1812, but more serious threat come from the famous military adventure from the Gopal Singh, who had a dispute with his uncle, who supported by the British. And for 4 years, Gopal Singh eluded all the vigilance military tactics of the British forces to put stop of these disturbances. The British had to adopt the policy of binding down the hereditary chieftain Bundelkhand by the series of contractual obligations called the Ikranama. What is the Ikranama? Ikranama contractual obligation used by the Bundelkhand chieftain. Ikrana, Ikranama contractual obligation. Parlaki-Medi outbreak. Parlaki-Medi is situated in the western part of Ganjam district, right now in Odisha. Witnessed a resistance from the Jamindar and the Raja. In the company acquired Ganjam, Narayan Dev by the Raja of the Parlaki-Medi, whose resistance forced the British to dispatch an army under the Colin Beach. He defeated the Narayan Dev in 1769 and made the Gajpati Dev, son of the Narayan, proclaimed Jamindar, whom the Narayan Dev supported by his brother. A revolt against as a resistance failed to claim the presidency of Madras, appointed George Russell as the commissioner of the region. 1832 Russell provided with the full-fledged power to suppress the revolt, pacified the region in 1834. Kutch or the Kutch Rebellion in 1816 to 1832. There was a treaty between the British and the Maharaja Bharatmal II of the Kutch in 1816, by which the power was vested in the throne. There was, however, the power struggle between the Maharaja and group of chieftains. British interfered in the internal feud of the Kutch in 1890. Raja Bharman II raised Arab and Africa troops with the firm intention of removing the British from his territory. The chieftain rank on his side, and the British defeated and deposed the Kutch ruler Rao Bharman in the favor of his infant son. The British residents governed the area as de facto ruler with the help of Regency Council, and the administrative innovation made by the Regency Council, coupled with the excessive land resentment, caused deep resentment. In the meanwhile, some of the chiefs continued their rebellion against the alien. The news of the British reserve in the Burma war emboldened the chieftain to raise in the revolt and demand and restoration of the farmers again after the extensive military operation failed to control over the situation. Good नाइस टू हियर यू। देव एक्सपोर्टीज आप भी स्टार्ट करिए। इट वॉज नाइस। स्टार्ट डू एज सुन एज पॉसिबल। खूब मेहनत करिए। I think you will definitely get benefited from that. Uh, at at first, try to sit 8 hour with the chair um, continuously 1 month, and after the 1 month, you will get benefited from that also. लगातार 1 महीना एटलीस्ट शुरुआत करिए चेयर और कुर्सी लगा के 8 घंटा बैठना। आपको बहुत मज़ा आएगा। लोगों से आप अलग फील करोगे। यू विल फील लाइक किंग वाइल सिटिंग 8 आवर कंटिन्यूअस। आप अपने खाना पानी सब लेके बैठिए। तुरंत लीजिए, तुरंत बैठिए। ब्रेक हो सके तो ले लीजिए। बुक चैप्टर को चेंज कर करके पढ़िए। आपको बहुत मज़ा आने वाला है। आपको नींद इसलिए आने लगती है क्योंकि आप बोल के नहीं पढ़ते हो। यू मस्ट आपको भी बोल के पढ़ना चाहिए। सब्जेक्ट को चेंज करना पड़े। हर 2 घंटे में आप सब्जेक्ट चेंज कर दीजिए। ये नोटिस करते रहिए क्योंकि हम बोर हो जाते हैं ना सब्जेक्ट पढ़ते पढ़ते। कोई एक सब्जेक्ट पढ़े फिर बोर हो गए, फिर दूसरा सब्जेक्ट। तो आप बड़ा इंटरेस्ट के साथ बोल बोल के पढ़िए। धीरे धीरे आपको ज़रूर आएगा। डेफिनेटली यू विल गेट इट। और करते ही रहिए, लगातार मेहनत करते रहिए। आई होप आपको थोड़ा बहुत मैं समझा पाया हूँगा। गुड, कीप डूइंग। मेरे साथ ही लगे रहिए। हमारे साथ आपको भी स्पीड बना के चलना है। अगर आप मेरे साथ रहोगे तो मुझे भी एनर्जी मिलेगा कि समवन विथ मी हु इज़ वर्किंग अनदर साइड एंड आई हैव टू परफॉर्म माई बेस्ट। मुझे अपना बेस्ट देना चाहिए। नहीं तो जो लोग हमसे हमें देख के इंस्पायर होते हैं, उन्हें मैं इंस्पायर कैसे कर पाऊँगा जब मैं अपना बेस्ट नहीं दे पाऊँगा। सो दैट्स वाई इट्स मोटिवेट मी ऑल आउट। और इसीलिए मैं भी डेली मेरे को मजबूर कर देता है डेली सुबह उठ जाने के लिए। मेरी अचानक नींद खुल जाती है, मैं तुरंत उठ जाता हूँ। फिर कहता हूँ चलो लग जाते हैं। मेरा भी मन नहीं करता है, मन करता है सो जाऊँ। 8 बजे आराम से उठूँगा खा पी के रेस्ट करके। बट आई हैव टू सेक्रीफाइस। मुझे बहुत सारी चीज़ें सेक्रीफाइस करना ही पड़ेगा किसी भी कीमत पे। रेजिंग द बेयर, बरेली। 1816, the immediate cause of outrage was imposition of the police taxes, and it was the burning indignation to the citizen. The issue became the religious when the Mufti Muhammad, uh, venerated old man, gave a petition to the magistrate of the town in March 1816. Situation aggravated further when the police failed to collect the tax, injured the women, and this event led a bloody scuffle between the follower of the Mufti and the police within the 2 days of the event. Several armed Muslims from the Piliphits, Shahjahanpur, Rampur arose a rebellion for the defense of the faith and the Mufti. ओके, एटलीस्ट एक वीक की स्टार्ट करिए। करते रहिए, करते रहिए। In April 1816, the insurgent murder of the son of Master Judge of provincial court of Berkeley. Uprising could only be suppressed with the heavy uh, deployment of the military forces, in which the more than 300 people were killed, even more wounded, and improved. Officers seem to be have been protect more of the discontent than of the actual grievance, element of discontent laying the very rooted nature of the alien administration. A surge in the Hathras in 1817, Dayaram Talukdar of the several villages in the district of the Aligarh had a strong base in the fort of Hathras. The fort considered to be the among the strongest in India, and the second Bharatpur had the walls of the great thickness, defended by the deep ditch artillery mounted at the top. The English had concluded the settlement of Hathras estate with the Dayaram as a farmer, but due to the progressively increasing high revenue, Dayaram constantly failed to pay the arrears, and the even committed many acts of hostility by giving the harbor to the government fugitive. So the company with the large number of the attacked Hathras in February 1870, Dayaram fought bravely for more than 15 days, escaped unharmed, but ultimately he was obliged to come back on condition of submission and settle down with the pension. Another noted rebel, uh, Bhagwan Singh Raja Morsan, frightened and dismantled his forts and submitted a government. Paika rebellion. The Paika of Odisha were the traditional landed militias. That is called the Paika is called the foot soldier literally. Enjoy the rent-free and land tenures for their military service, policing functional on hereditary basis. The English Company conquest of Odisha 1803 and the dethroned Raja Khurja had greatly reduced the power and prestige of the Paika. Further, the astonished land revenue policy of company caused the resentment among the Jamidar and the peasant alike. The common masses were affected by the rise of price of salt due to the tax imposed on abolition of the cowrage currency and the requirement of the payment of the taxes in the silver edition. Bakshi Jagbandhu Vidyadhar, Bakshi Jagbandhu Vidyadhar had been a military chief of the forest of the Raja of Khurda. In 1840, Jagbandhu ancillary estate of the Killa Rohri was taken over by the company, reducing him a penury. The peak was lightened by the arrival of the body of coal from the Gumsur into the Khordar territory in the March 1870. With active support of Mukunda Deva, the last ruler of the Khurda, and other Jamidar of the region, Bakshi Jagbandhu Vidyadhar leader Central Army of the Paikas, forcing the East India Company forces to retreat for the time. The rebellion come to be known as the Paika withdrew. That is rebellion, the initial success of the rebel set whole provinces covering the Odisha in the arm against the British government for the served. Uh, Jagbandhu declared an outlaw along with the other rebels was sheltered by the Raja of the Nayagarh, although the Tin Bandhus son and his group surrendered in November 1818. Jagbandhu evaded the British vigilance in spite of reward offered. None of the peoples of the provinces betrayed their later through the Gupta was under the back of company in the mid 1870s. Paika revolved to restore the guerrilla tactics and rebellion was brutally represented by the 1880 fascist in the Bodhi temple who had set the Jarbandhu were catch and hanged. Paika and the whole suffered greatly. In 1825, Jarbandhu surrendered under the negotiated arms. Some sources say that he was captured and died in the captivity in 1829. In the Pake Rebellion succeeded in getting large remission of reduction in assessment suspension of the sale. The state of defaulter at the discretion a new settlement or the fixed tenure, other argument of liberal government. Wa- Waghera Rising. Resentment against the alien rule coupled with the extension of the Gaikwad of Baroda, supported by the British government, compelled the Baghera chief of Okha Mandal to take up arms. Baghera carried out the inroad into the British territory during the 1818 to 19. A peace treaty was signed in the November 1820. A home revolt. 1828, the British had pledged to withdraw from the Assam after the First Burma War. But after the war, instead of the withdrawing, British attempt to incorporate the home territory in the company dominion. This sparked of the rebellions in 1828 under the leadership of the Gondhar Kaur, a home princess, uh, along with the Cantaries such as the along with the countries such as Patanjali, Bongo, Bongo and Jairam Khargharia Phukan, assembling near the Jorat. Rebel formally made the Gondhar Kunwar the king. Finally, the company decided to follow conciliatory policy and handed over the Apata Assam and Maharaja Purandar Singh Narendra and part of the kingdom of East to the long anti-British settlement sentiment resulted attack by the local Surat population and the Europe. 1844 over the issue of the government state to raise the salt duty from the 50% to 1 rupees, 50% to 1 rupees. The face with a popular movement, the government withdraw the traditional salt levy against again 1848. The government was forced to withdraw the measure to introduce Bengal standard weightage and measure of the face of the people determined weight restored by quarter to percent. Kolhapur and Saraswati revolt. Gadkaris were hereditary military classes which was Grisham and the Maratha fort. This garrison was disbanded during the administrative reorganization of Kolhapur state. 1844, facing the separate unemployment, the Gadkari rose in the revolt, occupied the Samangarh, Hudargarh fort. Similarly, Simon discontent caused the result in the Savantawadi area. The revolt here had already revolted against the British 1813, 1836, 1838, the last, because the British had deposed their troops in the British authority introducing in the bring the region under control. Wahhabi movement started the Islamic revolutionary movement founded by Sayyid Ahmad Bareli, who was inspired by the teaching of Abdul Wahab of the Saudi Arabia and the Shah Waliullah of the Delhi. Sayyid Ahmad condemned the Western influence of Islam and advocated the return to the pure Islam and the society as it was forward of the Prophet in time. Sayyid Ahmad was acclaimed as a desired leader of countrywide organization with the elaborate secret code for the working under the spiritual. Vice regents, vice regent Miss Khalifa was set up. The Sithana in the northwestern tribal belt was chosen as the base of operation. In India, its important center was the Patna, though it had a mission in Hyderabad, Madras, Bengal, United Province, Bombay. Since the Darul Harb land of Kafir was to be converted into the Darul Islam, the land of Islam. Jihad was declared against the Sikh kingdom of Punjab. After defeat of the Sikh ruler and incorporation of Punjab into the East India Company, Dominion 1849, the English Dominion in the English becomes the sole target of the Wahhabi play an important role in spreading the anti-British sentiment. A series of military operations by the British in the 1860s, the Wahhabi-based Sitana and the various court caused the sedition of the Wahhabi abroad. The Wahhabi resistance to separate, separate encounter with the authoritative continued with the 1880 to 1890 Kuka movement. Kuka movement from 1840 the Bhagwat Jawaharlal Kuka movement. Western Punjab Kuka movement started in Western Punjab by Bhagwat Jawaharlal. A major leader movement after this was the Baba Ram Singh. He founded the Namdhari Sikh sect after the British took Punjab. The movement was transformed from the religious purification campaign to the political campaign. Its basic tenet were the abolition of caste similar to discrimination among the Sikhs, discouraging the consumption of meat, alcohol, drugs, permission of the intermarriage, widow remarriage, encourage the women to step out of secularism. On the political side, the Kukas wanted to remove the British, restore the Sikh rule over the Punjab. They adequate the wearing hand-woven clothes, boycott the English law, education, products. So, the concept of Swadeshi and non-cooperation were propagated by the Kuka much before they became a part of Indian national movement in early 20th century. As the movement gained popularity, the British took several steps to cross the period between 1863 to 72. In 1872, Ram Singh was deported to the Rangoon. Peasant movement with the religious movement. Peasant uprising were the protest against the eviction, increase in the rent of land, and the moneylender greedy way. Their aim was occupancy, right of the peasant among the other things. They were revolt and the rebellions of the peasant themselves, though the lead by the local leader in many cases. The peasants' movement in India till outbreak of the revolt in 1857. Immediate aftermath of given Narkilberia uprising. Mir Nithar Ali. Titu Mir inspired the Muslim tenant in the West Bengal to raise against the landlord, mainly the Hindu who imposed the beard tax on the Faraj. The British indigo planting often considered the first armed peasant uprising against the British. This revolt soon took on the religious hue. The revolt later merged into the Paganpanthi, Paganpanthi, a semi-religious group mainly constituting the Hajong and the Garo tribes of the Mysin district earlier was founded by the Karam. Tribal peasant organized themselves under the Karam. debut to fight the operation of the Jamindar 1925 to 1935. The Pagan Panthi refused to pay the rent above the certain limit to attack the houses of Jamindar. The government introduced an equitable arrangement to protect these peasants, but the movement was voluntarily suppressed. The Paramountcy movement, a group of the valley, the constitution, the Hachong and Garo tribe, Mimансing district, Bengal, Hanjor and Gazi, Mimансing district of Bengal. Faraji movement were followed by the Muslim sect founded by the Haji Shiarat Allah of the Haridpur in eastern Bengal. They advocate the radical religious, social and political changes. Shariat Allah, son of the Dadu Mian, organized his followers with aim to expel the English introduced from the Bengal. This sect was supported uh, the cause of the tenant Bengal against the Jamidar. The Faraji disturbance continued from 1838 to 1857. Most of the Faraji joined the Wahhabi rank also. Mopla uprising. The hike in the revenue demanded reduction of the field size, coupled with the oppression of officials, resulted in the widespread peasant unrest among the mob. And in the Malabar, 22 rebellion took place between the 1836 to 1854. None, however, proved successful. Second Mopla uprising occurred under the Mopla come to be organized by the Congress and the Khilafat supporter during the non-cooperation movement. But the Hindu-Muslim differences distance Congress and the Mopla from each other. In 1921, the Mopla had been subjugated. Peasants' role in 1857 revolt. Peasant participation was active only in some areas affected by the 1857 rebellion, mainly those from western UP. Moreover, the peasants united with the local feudal leader in many places to fight against the foreign rule after the revolt of Light Peasant versus with the British government decision to gain the support of the uh, landed classes while ignoring the peasant occupancy. Uh, Peasantry interest suffered in the Awadh Pradesh. This land was restored to the Talukdar and they were given to the revenue to the other power. One of the most is the tribal movement. Tribal movement under the British rule was the most frequent military tribunals of tribal violence. Different different causes for the mainland and North Indian tribal movement. Tribal movement can be analyzed better if categorized into the mainland tribal revolt and the frontier tribal revolt, concentrated mainly in the northeastern part of India. The mainland tribal revolt was sparked by the number of factors. An important one concerned with the tribal land and forest. The land settlement in the British affected a joint ownership tradition among the tribals and disrupted their social fabric. As agriculture was extended to in a subtle form by the company, the government tribal lost their land and there was an influx of non-tribal to these areas. Shifting cultivation in the forest was stopped and This added to the tribal problem. The government further extended its control over the forest area by setting up reserve forest and restricting timber use and grazing. This was the result of increasing demand from the company for the timber for shipping and railway. Exploitation by the police, traders, money-lenders, most of them soldiers. The aggregate of the tribal suffering. Some some generals were also against their extractive nature as a tribal and their own custom, tradition. With the expansion of colonialism, Christians, missionaries come to this region and their effort interfere with the traditional custom. The missionaries received the representative to the alien rule was resulted that the movement of the tribes in the northeastern frontier were different from the non-frontier tribal revolt in some aspect. One of the things the tribe then, which say the tribal culture linked to the country across the border did not concern themselves but with the nationalist struggle. The revolt were often in the favor of political autonomy with the Indian Union to complete the independence. Secondly, these movements were not forest-based, agrarian revolt, as these tribals were generally to control of land, land forest. British entered the northeastern area much later than the frontier tribal area. Thirdly, the frontier tribal revolt under the British continued for the longer time than non-frontier tribal movement. Desanskritization movement also spread among the frontier tribal. Mighty organization movement during the Churchand Maharaja rule between the 1891 to 1941 to denounce the malpractice of the new Vaishnavite Brahmins. Sanskritization movement were almost totally absent in the north-east frontier region in the colonial period. Characteristic of the tribal revolt. There were some common characteristics of the tribal uprising, even though they were separated from the one to another time span. Tribal identity or ethnic tribe lay behind the solitary soldier by these groups, not all the outsiders, but however, seen enemies, poor who lived by their manual labor, profession, land, socially and economically supportive role in the village, were left alone. The violence was directed toward the money lenders, traders who were seen as the extensive of the colonial. A common cause of the resentment against the imposition of law by the foreign government that was seen in the effort of destroying the tribal tradition socio-economic framework. Many uprisings were led by the Neshish-like figure who encouraged their people to the revolt, who held out to promise that could later end up suffering war by them. The tribal uprisings were doomed by the beginning given to outdated arms. They fought against the modern weapons and techniques used by their opponent. Important tribal movement of mainland was Some important tribal movement was discussed below. It may be noted that the most tribal movement, if we leave out the frontier tribal area, were concentrated in the central tribal and the west central region of the south. Pahari development, which is expensive that actually lead to uprising the Marshall Pahari. That is the Pahari of the Rajmal Hill, 1700. The British were forced to assure the peace by declaring their territory at the Daminco. Daminco, okay. The territory declared by the British for the peace. Chunar uprising. The famine immense the land revenue demand for the economic distress. Goaded the Chunar aboriginal tribesmen of the jungle, land of the Midnapur district and also Bangpura district of Bengal, take up arms. These tribe people were basically the farmers, hunter, and the uprising lasted from 1766 to 1772. Then against the Sarpata between the 1795 to 1880. The Chauras were the prominent in the Manbhum, Barabhum, especially in the hills between the Barabhum and the Ghatsila. They held their land under the kind of feudal tenure, but they were not strongly attached to the faith. We will always be ready to change from the fallen until at the beating of their jungle chief Jamindar. 1769, the Jagannath Singh, Jamindar of the Ghatsila, went up in the arm along with the thousands of Chunar. The company government kept Nigeria. In 1771, the Chunar Sardar Sayyid Ranjan Adhaka Subla Singh of the Kalipal and Dubraj rose very well in this time. However, they were suppressed. No signal arrived. Examiner rifle from the Hiwaji. Owning of the operation of the Bengal Jaipur. In May 1798, the followers of body with the Chavda and of violence attempting the rifles called auction and state of rifles revolt was brutally suppressed by the British. Other leader of the Chota Madhav Singh and brother of Raja Bardham, Raja Mohan Singh, Jamidar of Juria, Lakshman Singh, Dolan. The Chamchora considered it a derogatory for the some historian who called for revolt of the Jungle Mahan instead. Coal mutiny. Coal along with the 1831 other tribes are inhabited of the Chota Nagpur district and this discovered Ranchi, Singhbhum, Hazaribagh, Palamu, the western part of the Manipur. The trouble in the 1831 started. Large scale of transfer of the land from the old headman to the outsider like Hindu, Sikh, Muslim farmer and money lender who were oppressive and demanded heavy taxes. Besides the British judicial. The revenue policy badly affected the traditional social condition of the coast. On the coast recently this and the coal 1831 under the leadership of the Uddhav Bhagat. The coals even killed or burned around thousands outside Germany after the large scale mutiny operation could order to be restored. For the Munda uprising. Raja Parhat organized a full tribal to the revolt against the occupation of Sindh. The revolt continued till 1827 when the four tribes were forced to submit. However, the later 1831 they again organized a rebellion joined by the Munda Patanapur protest against the newly introduced farming and the entry of the Bengalis into the draft rebellion. Though the revolt existed in 1832, the operation continued in 1838. The Mundas in 1899 to 1900, the Mundas the region south from Shiroz under the Birsa Munda. Ulugh was one of the most significant tribal uprisings in the period between 1860 and 1829. The rebellions against the which began with against the religious movement, wherein political forces fight against the insurrection of the feudal dominated exploitation by the moneylender, forest contractor, named after Chotanagpur in the area. 1879, the British armed forces were then deployed the Birsa captured areas. Munda Raja Bharat organized who tribals against the occupation of Sindhu. On the other hand, the revolt continued to 1827 with the whole tribal forced to submit. However, the later in 1931 they again organized a rebellion joined by the Munda of Chotanagpur protest against the newly introduced farming revenue policy and the entry of Bengali into the region. Though the revolt was existence in 1832, the operation continued to 1837. Nor were the Mundas to be deployed for long. 1899 the Mundas in the region south of Rajya with the Birsa Munda, the only one of the most significant tribal uprising in the period. The Munda claimed the Chotanagpur area where the Birsa armed forces were deployed. The Birsa captured and imprisoned Santhal in 1856 to 57. Santhal in 1856 to 55. Santhal were the agricultural people who had fled to settle the plain of the Rajmal Hill, Bihar, led to the Santhal rebellion against the Jamindar. These moneylenders who had been supported the police, among the other, had joined the Jamindar and supported the peasant to the oppressive excess and disproportionate. The rebellion turned into the anti-British movement under the Siddharth Khan, the two brothers. Subha Khan was the two brothers. The Santhal proclaimed the end of the company rule, declared that area between Bawalpur and Rajman an autonomous division whole uprising 1837. To 1857 of the hilly attacks extended to the Odisha and the Srikakulam, Visakhapatnam district of Andhra Pradesh. Revolt against the company. The Chakra Bishnoi, young Raja, did the form who were joined by the Gurus of Kalkundi and other Jainas members of the press. human sacrifices and taxation and interest on the area with the chakra Vishnu, the rising continent. That is a 4 rebellion A 1914 English article triggered by the Pope that foreign would enter they could be into the autonomous government. Koya River. Koya was Eastern Godavari tribe, modern Andhra, joining the old Kundasara rebuild 18 limited 35 1561. They rose once again in 1780 under the Doras. Company was appreciated by the police and in the new revolution recognizing their story. When we live in the Western world controlled by the mountain growth process, between the north and revolted and the company ruled in 1817 to 19. They had been faced a famine, economic distress, misgovernment. The British used both force and ancillary for to control uprising. However, the Great Revolt against the 1825, 1831, 1846 led the reformers coming to Govind Guru Harbour Hill in the South Rajasthan. Banswara South State organized themselves to fight the field Raj in 1930. Coal rising living the neighboring neighborhood of the field. Rojak in the rebellion against the company rule in 1829-1839. During the 1844 they reformed the imposition company rule, which brought into a large scale unemployment problem and dismantling their reform. Ramosi uprising, a hill tribal in the western Ghats. Ramosi uprising, hill tribal in the western Ghats, and had not reconciled the British rule of the British pattern and the administration. They resulted the policy of annexation. After the annexation of Maratha, the instance of the British, the Ramses, who had been employed by the Maratha administration, lost their main supply name they rose under the Chittor in 1822. Plunder the country under the Pratara again. There was the eruption in 1825 to 26 of the Umaji Naik of the Puna, supporting the Trimbaji Sama. Disturbance continued in 1829. The disturbance occupied in the 1839. Satara, the disturbance erupted in 1814, and also the finally successful measures. Aggressive was restored under the area primarily the British followed the Pacific policy toward the whole, even reported some of the rain into the hills. Tribal movement in the northern India, Khasi, Singh force, Khasi after the occupied the hill between the Garo and Jayantia hill. The East India Company wanted to build a road linking the Brahmaputra Valley, Sylhet. For this region, the large number of outsiders, including the Englishmen, Bengali, and the laborers from the plain, were brought to this region. The Khasi Garo Khampati Singh force organized themselves under Dhirat Singh to drive away the strangers from the way. Uprising developed into the popular revolt against the British rule by the 1833. So superior English military forces. Similar the rebellions of the Singapore in Assam in early 1830 was immediately quelled, but continued against the revolts and uprising in 1839 saw the death of the British politician agent Chief Nirangpi, who led the uprising in 1843. The revolt protected the British Christian and the death of the many soldiers. Kuki Revolt, a home revolt, 1828 to 33, Assam against the non-fulfillment of the pledge of the company after the Burmese War. Uprising was suppressed by the company by dividing the kingdom. Khasi Revolt, 1830, hilly region between Jaintia Garo, led by the Lukloru Tirat Singh against the occupation of the hilly region. Sinfoj Rebellion, led by the mother of the British politician against Assam, Sinfoj in 1920. Kuki Revolt, 1817, Manipuri against the British policy of recruiting labour during the First War. Naga movement, 1905 to 31, Manipur led to the Jeodong against the British rule. Harappa Kulch, Manipur, Kamdilu. The movement was suppressed, but the Kabul Naga Associated was formed in 1940 or 1946. Other similar movements were Revolt and Jayanti in 1860 to 62, the Phullaguri Pageant Rebellion in the Kutch Nagas of in 1822. The disarmament was the money for spoil mutinies. Number of the Saprotic community uprising took places before the Great Revolt in 1857. In different parts of the country, causes there was the rising the discontent of spoil against the British rule due to the following reason. First is the discriminating of payment. Secondly, the mismanagement of spoil by the British official. Third is the refusal of the government to pay the foreign service allowances. And fourth is the religious objection of the high caste Hindu spoil the land. Lord Canning General Service Enlightenment Act considered all the recruitment. Other area of the upper caste spoil had founded their religious belief conflict with the service condition. For example, 1808, the replacement of the turban by the leather cockade caused the mutiny at the Vellore. Similarly, 1844, there was the mutinies outbreak of the Bengal army spy by being sent to away. Since in 1824, the spy Barakpur rose a revolt when they were asked to go the Burma because of the crossing the sea and oil. Important mutiny of Sipur, Bengal, 1764. Vellore Mutiny, 1804. Bengal, Vellore, and Mutiny of Sepoy of 47 native infantry in 1824. A revolt of Grenadier Company in Assam, 1825. Mutiny of the Indian Regiment of Solapur in 1838. Mutiny of 34 native infantry. However, all these mutinies did not spread beyond these localities were ruthlessly crossed by the British Indian. Weakness of the people uprising. This surprising drew a large number of participants, but where the fact localized occur in different regions. They mostly arose, but local grievance leadership was a semi-feudal character backward traditional outlook. Their recenses did not offer the alternative logistical solution. Uh, Many of these revolts were similar to the ones of another, wanting to outlast the aliens. This was because it was some of the national impulses common for because of their Protestant brother. This is the very question. Mutiny कौन सा म्यूटनी 34 नेटिव म्यूटनी 22 नेटिव म्यूटनी 66 नेटिव म्यूटनी 33 और 33 नेटिव तो 37 इज लास्ट म्यूटनी UNHRC, National Human Right, National Human Rights Commission, given A, B, C rating will affect the ability to vote at the UN Human Rights Council. United Nations General Assembly body said. The meeting of the subcommittee accreditation of UN recognized global alliances of the National Human Rights Institution Genhari worldwide will be held on May 1. Official sources told the Hindu that as a part of the 5-year peer review for each member of 114 members alliances, while the NHRC chairperson, retired Supreme Court Judge Justice Arun Kumar Mishra, had travelled to the Geneva last year. Galhari CSA meeting on India this year. The NHRC expected to attend the review meeting on the senior Congress leader Bhupinder Singh Babu. India-China import bill up 2.3 times in the 15 years. In the block hang a balance of creators remembered. CM protested in the March drought relief for Karnataka. First copy of the painting Indulekha was legendary artist Raja Ravi Verma. Indulekha Raja Ravi Verma. Indulekha Raja Ravi Verma. Been unveiled in the Kilimanur Kilimanur Palace, where the artist was born in 1848 on the occasion of the 176th on the unreleased painting of the Indulekha Raja Ravi Verma. Indulekha Raja Ravi Verma. Indulekha Raja Ravi Verma. Portrait Portrait Protagonist, the first modern novel Malayalam literature. Chandu Menon, the published the 1889, the emerged in the public dominion in 1822 and invoke a great sense of enthusiasm among the art fraternity. Rama Verma Thambapuran, secretary of the Kilimanur Palace, thus which look after the upkeep of the Chitrasala study. Chitrasala studio of iconic artists at the palace. Inside the trust had initially planned to unveil the original painting and the occasion of this was, however, taking note of the security aspect of the trust, decided unveil the long true copy of the painting. Sasikala Salisa Parakal, who owned the painting, will unveil the copy of function at the palace. On Monday, it is believed that the famous painting of reclaiming deity of Raja model Indulekha, the oil painting in Indulekha holding a letter, tracing at Lagun Madhavan, the hero of their mother, 1892. necessary over restore editing conversion. Again, we assess the impact of the climate change on economic stability, notably the future of Nigeria. This is included this bulletin. Primacy given to extreme weather event. The climate shock affecting not only the food inflation but also likely to have a broader impact on the natural rates of interest and thereby the influencing the economic financial stability, natural rate of interest referred to the central bank monetary policy, the level which allow to maintenance maximum economic output and keeping a check of inflation report mentioned in the new Keystone model that incorporated a physical climate risk damage function in the use to estimate the counterfactual macroeconomic impact on a climate change usually the climate change scenario. The report author go to the warm and the long term output could be lower by the around 9% in 2015 and absence of any climate mitigation policy. They obviously added that with 10%. Finally, the standard it may lead to the and choking the inflation, expecting to undermining central bank credibility. It would warrant higher interest rate to curb the inflation, leading to the greater output losses. Beginning with its July detailed discussion regarding climate change discussion information about the Election manifesto and public document outlining the political party of each and intention and the promises for the personal Congress will explain the function of an argument in the manifesto. Further notes that related before the election according to the pandemic and consequent lockdown without attention to the migrants and the time make them reachable to the state and policy maker area. There are an estimated 6 million internal migrants in India. They had contributed significantly to the economy. They remain the highly vulnerable. This influence the countries. It is important to examine the promises made by the main political party effectively including the huge migration population. Under the heading of Modi ki guarantee to Saman on the BJP the manifesto. Sankalp Patra has been Sankalp Patra has made two specific points internal migration and the other that will indirectly benefit them. The cost is to reach out the migrants worker is registered on the e-Sram portal. It is due to the lack of documentation and the registration that migration presented the invisible before the critical contribution to the crisis during and after the lockdown. After the Supreme Court directed the central government to build a national database for unorganized money. E-Shram portal come to be existing in the 2021 more than the 295 million workers. Almost 295 million workers registered. 25 registered on the portal, so creating a credible database migration. Migrant is prerequisite for their meaningful work, but identify the migrants among the registered unorganized worker and significant challenges manifest are highly identified. The need for the disaggregate database. However, the issue of the e-Shram such as Aadhaar seeding technical infrastructure problem have been addressing the manifesto to ensure the benefit of various welfare program. Program to the worker register on the e-Shram we found that the study of conducted in misconduction among the migrant workers regarding the e-Shram for the extent. Some believe that after the registration the money would be deposited into their bank account. There is still no clarity from the government regarding the benefit of the worker after they know and the part told other than the accident insurance. The second is the special terrain services for the migrant worker. Last year the railway ministry said it was planning to run the regular AC non-train connectivity major migration corridor in India, given to high degree of the interstate migration. This special train should run without throughout the year and not just seasonal. The manifesto also ensured that the people periodic review on the national floor wages, considering the minimum living standard of worker, and this could be the effective as most migrant worker at the daily wage. But however, the critics are the concern that it could push the worker further into the exploitative condition and also different floor level wages for the different region will trigger this weaken the migration towards the the places where the wages are higher as and in the case with the Kerala now. Sankalp Patra will also be state that the post office saving, accident and the life insurance and the social security measure and for the worker will be implemented using the digital technology. However, without the digital literacy, the skill, affordability and the infrastructure and technology will exhibit the divine and the manifesto ignore the women, children and the young migrant who face the unique challenges in 2021. All the face the unique challenges in 2020. All the Niti Aayog had prepared a draft national migrant labor policy, but the manifesto is silent on the implementation. The BJP pushes the city-centric development approach is silent on the sustainable village development that is can be constantly but the distress migration to the city. It also promises to implement some one nation one nation but may deprive the migrant voters. Congress manifesto न्याय पत्र Congress was promised to enact a law regulating the employment migration worker, ensure their fundamental legal right and social security. It assures it will update the ration card holder, expand public distribution coverage, allocate the sufficient fund to the PDS and integrated child development service and launch a mid-day meal scheme that would benefit migrant. However, this is the silent on the profitability media. The party promised to increase the wages and the Manrega 400 rupees per day to keep the same amount as the national minimum wage is crucial for the rural migrant availability of employment in the locality reduce the distress of migration. The party uh, the party has also promised to launch a urban employment scheme for the urban poor, which could eventually be helpful for the urban migrant. The promise of enforcing the principle of the same work wages prevent gender-based discrimination is a significant manifesto. Focus on the women welfare promises the building sufficient night shelter for migrant women workers and the safe the hygiene public toilet for the women in the town and city. However, the manifesto would have been more effective if it had addressed specific challenges faced by the migrant women. It has also missed the opportunity to identify the ranges of issues faced by the internal migration worker, including the exploitative informal labor market, fragmentation, and forced labor. While it is good for the migrant have found a space in the manifesto, both the party have overlooked critical areas such as the public health inclusion, education of migrant children, housing, water, sanitation, legal aid, and dispute resolution. Only political will can only be change the lives of the migrants and their families. So for the 180 or 118, 189 out of the 43 constituency have been voted in the two phase. The Lok Sabha election do not have over the whole the turnout. Equality can be no longer be ignored. Equality can be no longer be ignored. How? The Congress Party election manifesto and the Nyaya Patra had triggered the debate of inequality, concentration of the wealth, and the measure to address these issues. Prime Minister, with a misleading comment on what Congress manifesto contained, has also managed to provide a discussion on the wealth redistribution. There is ample evidence to show that inequality in India has been reaching the world inequality data was found at 2022-23. 22.6 of the national income went up to 1% of the highest ever since 1992. The wealth inequality even more stark, with the top 1% of population having 40% of its wealth. It is clear that inequality can be no longer be ignored, justified at the collateral to growth, cost of such an unequal growth must be intricated, and unfairness of the some people and the few corporates doing the well. Most of the population continue to struggle for the decent employment opportunity and become the logical trickle down, supporting the wealth creator. So there are more job of the created with prosperities for the fail time. The time again, not just in India but across the world also. The futility of the continuing with the depend only the economic growth, even at the cost of the increasing inequality for improving the lives of the people, is the core political economic question facing the country today. It is finally becoming the election issue. India must therefore be the welcome, irrespective of what the election outcome in 2024 will be. Public discussion, especially in the social media platform, has so far mostly been confined to direct the redistribution measure of the tax, rich subsidies, poor nature. These are very relevant to the Indian concept. After all, India not only to the low GDP ratio compared to the other middle class country. India tax GDP ratio is 70% compared to 25% in Brazil out, but also the regressive taxation structure where the indirect taxes contribute to almost two-thirds of all the taxes revenue collected. Furthermore, even the direct taxes are not very progressive, resemble the effective tax rate to the profit ratio according to recipient. According to receipt budget 2023-24, 19.14% for the company that have been 500 crore profit before the taxes compared to the effective tax rate of 24.82% of company in the up to the 0 to 1 crore profit. Welfare spending low by on the other hand spending on the welfare is the and the welfare the social sector is very low compared to the other country. Public spending on the health of insurance is still 1.3% of GDP, while the national health policy is targeted achieving 2.5% of the GDP by the 2025. But despite the COVID-19, we have seen any such a massive increases in the health expenditure. And going with this current trend, we will not achieve this target. Number of other major budgetary allocation of the union government, such as the Mahatma Gandhi National Rural Employment Grant, education budget for the children, so a decline in proportion of the total expenditure of the GDP, hence improving the revenue mobilization on the progressive manner, while also increasing the spending on area that directly affect life of the poor. Much very much relevant issue and need for to be the paid attention. However, addressing the inequality is also about the questioning the nature of the growth itself. In the situation where the major sources of the livelihood for the people is though employment, how far can growth what does it not generate the job contribute to the development? The kind of growth we have experienced recently has been one of the that been accompanied by the jobless as witnessed by the declining employment elasticity of output, and further there is a reach in the profit share and the stagnant real wages and discussion. Therefore, has been generating the employment, not a distance self-employment, but decent jobs and adequate remuneration. For this, we have to focus attention on the more equitable growth where the purchasing power of the people also increases. The government can play a role in this spending, and the government such as the Narega and the public distribution service. The cash transfer scheme such as the Mahalakshmi scheme proposed in the Congress. Okay, Mahalakshmi scheme proposed in the Congress manifesto. Job creation. At the same time, government can also be contributor directly creating a job to filling of all the existing vacancy, expanding much needed public service in the health, education, nutrition, social security. The quality of jobs such as the Anganwadi worker, accredited social activities and other frontline worker also need to be improved with the adequate wages and improve the work condition. The direct job creation afford will not only create an employment opportunity for the many, especially the women, but also contribute to improving the human health outcome and reduce the burden of the care unpaid care work on the women and the free them up for the other employment for the they can also be addressed the inequality in the opportunity and integration inequality that get perpetuated due to due to the unequal access to the service such as the preschools, education, nutrition during the childhood. Unemployment centers growth pattern will be one where the government policy focus on the supporting small and medium enterprises that are more labor incentive in the nature promoting the skill training overall the human capital health education along with the enabling the women to participate in the labor market through the measures such as the maternity internment, the child care, transportation, safe and affordable accommodations, and so on. It is only when they address the employment issue that we can address the inequality and the other hand as long as the growth of the nature where the profit for few is the priority employment issue also likely to retain the others. Three-dimensional view of the Israel and Iran crisis. Okay, Iran bordering with which country? Iraq, Turkey, Armenia, Azerbaijan. Iraq, Turkey, Armenia, Azerbaijan. Another side, Turkey, Afghanistan, Pakistan. So bordering countries of Iran, Iraq, Turkey, Armenia, Azerbaijan. With Turkmenistan, Afghanistan, Pakistan. So this is the bordering country of Iran and the bordering country of Israel. Israel is Egypt, Jordan, Syria, Lebanon. Egypt, Jordan, Syria, Lebanon. These are the four countries bordering with the Israel. Capital of Israel, Jerusalem. Capital of Iran, Iran capital is Tehran. Iran capital is Tehran. Some area Mosul, Kirkuz, Al Basra. मोसुल किरकुक अल बसरा और ईरान में कुछ जगह जो है आपका हाइफा जेरूसलम. These are the some important places. Okay, let's see the article. In March 2018, Benjamin Netanyahu asked an interview what the three greatest threats the Israel are facing there. Then three greatest threats Israel is facing the Iran responded to Prime Minister. The Iran is building an aggressive empire in the Middle East. He headed the Netanyahu's Israel largest serving Prime Minister has ever warned about the Iran. His opposition for the 2015 Iran nuclear deal, brokered by the Obama administration and unilaterally destroyed by the Donald Trump, was hardly secret. He projected himself to the both his voters at home and allies abroad as a tough leader who could stand to the Iran threat. It was Mr. Netanyahu was that the Iran launched a massive barrage of drones and missiles on Israel on 14th of April, the first such attack on the Jewish nation by the state actor on over the 3 decades. Iran crosses the Red Sea when it launches the direct attack to the Israel. It shattered the Jewish nation deterrence. The United States still reigned Israel, and Israel responded on the Iran attack were the rather feeble, as Mr. Netanyahu, the National Security Minister, Itamar Ben Gavir himself called it. After the after the first round, when the both sides stayed back from the brink and the multi-dimensional crisis reinforced Iran's growing risk appears as increasingly volatile and violent West Asia America's strategic reliance on the Israel near the total dependency on the United States for its security. Since October 7 attack on Israel, the Biden administration focus has been preventing the Israel-Hamas conflict from escalating into the regional war. The President Joe Biden offered this full support for the Israeli military operation in Gaza, but at the same time unleashed the diplomatic initiative to keep the tension low between the Israel and neighboring countries. These approaches, however, face the two challenges. One while the Biden administration successfully kept Israel army stable, the Washington had little leverage over the Iran. The second thing, the Israel fought its war in the two thread. One in the Gaza, another from the neighboring, where it sought to be the rollback Iranian influence. Uh, this set the path of the potential Israel-Iran confrontation open when the Israel bombed the Iranian embassy compound at Damascus on April 1, 2024, killing senior Revolutionary Guard officer. This because the plausible scenario. The U.S. knew the Iran would retaliate and had leaked its intelligence to the press. Mr. Biden realized that if the Iran carried out the successful attack, the Israel retaliate, it would be lead to the regional war, from which the US would not be stay out a war with the Iran, and the proxy is not in American interest. The US has other immediate strategic proxies, the Eastern Europe and the Indo-Pacific. So the US and its allied help in interpret 99% of Iranian projectile, averting the disaster on Israel oil. Then Mr. Biden told Netanyahu that US would not be participating in any Israel retaliation against Iran. The message from the Washington was clear: de-escalation. A shadow war was going between the Israel and Iran for the year. A recent year, Israel had carried out the 400 airstrikes in Syria alone, targeting the Iranian interests. It has also carried out the operation inside the Iran, including the Association of Modern um, Fakhri Fakhrizadeh, a senior nuclear scientist. In November 2020, these operations were relatively cost-free in the Iran, but the responses forcefully emboldened them the Israel uh, faster in other world. Israel kept drilling tiny holes into the Iran deterrence. After the October 7, Israel had stepped up with the shadow war. December 25, it killed the Sayyid Raja Mousavi, the senior Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps advisor in the strike of in Syria. Once again, the Iran response was muted. When the Israeli got the intelligence and the Mohammad Raja Yadi, IRGC commander was presented in the embassy compound at the Damascus. The Israeli went ahead with the strike. As the Israeli official later told the American media that they would not expected the Iran to launch a direct attack when they carried out the Damascus strike. Iran retaliation has left Netanyahu in the dilemma. Netanyahu favored the forces against Iran. His plan has never been fight Iran alone. He wanted America to lead, participate, and support. But when the Biden told him that the US would not join the Israeli retaliation, it limited the Netanyahu option, and he could still have gone ahead testing the American steel to stay out of the direct Israeli-Iran war. But the Israel war in the Gaza remained unfinished, and it was uh, wanted the Biden continue the support in the offensive. So far, Mr. Netanyahu restored the legacy, largely the symbolic strike inside the Iran, targeting the radar system, according to the American media, and did not even claim the attack. This was the rare victory of the Biden administration, as it ran its allies and avoid the regional war. But from the Israeli point of view, it was big response that did little to bolster its deterrence. Ayatollah calculation. For years, the Iran has been strategic presence in shadow wars with the Israeli. That was also because of the Iran attack in the long-term view with growing patience. And as a lot of most senior officials and scientists and shadow war, but Israeli striking has been heartily scuttle Iran influence and its nuclear program continue to expand and proxy continue to be extended there. Mucus. The Israeli bombing on the embassy annex seem to have been under the strategic thinking in that era. After the attack, the Iran has decided to impose the caste and region. Israel continued to strike on its official, while the embassy attack was triggered to post of the other factors seem to influence the changes. Iran today has a better strategic tie with the Russia and the China, while in the relationship with the China is largely economic and strategic partnership. With the Russia is the multi-layer, especially after the Iran started supplying the drones to the Russia to fight the Ukraine, and Iran has also been rightly assessed that has a low appetite to get involved in another prolonged war with West Asia at a time when the China and Russia had directly challenging the American leadership of the world in the West Asia after the 6 months of the fighting Hamas. The Israel is forward from the meeting of the objective and dismantling the Hamas relay, releasing the hostage and strengthening the deterrence. Israel when vengeful used the massive forces on the Gaza which helped destroy the northern and central Gaza, killed 34,000 people, turned nearly the entire population of the Gaza into the refugee. The trigger and the international uproar, the genocide against the Israel in the international courts of justice. Iran's view was that October 7 attack was substituted war. The Gaza have substantially weakened the state Israel in the region when the US security commitments are no longer the ironclad and Washington claimed it would be. This was allowed to Iran changes the rules of the game and launching an open attack on Israel. Despite the collective defenses of the US and UK, France, Jordan, Israel, some Iranian ballistic missile still hit the Iran border. Israel has taken response on its refusal to claim its attacks, along with the call for the restraint from its allies in the veil. All the suggested of Iran risk assessmenting that relatively occur. This leads to likely to embody Tehran further as the Iran in the commonly West Asia to have a launch missile drone attack against the US in the two closest allies. 2019, the drones attacked due to the Saudi Arabia oil facility, knocking the half of the kingdom output of the day in 2022. The Iran launched the 22 ballistic missiles at the America America as assault air base in the Iraq to retaliate against the killing of the General Qasem Soleimani. April 14, it attacked the Israeli on the three occasions that Iran walked free with the tap of its thrust with a big ball of new strategic reality. Significance of carrier aviation. A design work on the indigenous aircraft carrier latest series Vikram began in 1999. One of the crucial decisions with respect to Vikram was on the warship grade steel, which is still on the then was the procured from the Russia. After the much brainstorming, it was the deciding that it would be developed and proceed in there. Vikram can operate air wings of 30 aircraft comprising the MiG-29K fighting jets, Kumau 31 and the MH-60R multi-role helicopter in addition to indigenous advanced light helicopter. And the Navy has already moved cases for the second indigenous aircraft carriers, a repeat of Vikram-like carriers. How the Hindu process. Center attempt to shoot Maharashtra onion. India-China import a bill up to the 2.3 time in last 15 years. क्या क्या हम खरीदे थे commodities. China account for largest share of total import. Electronic telecommunication product, machinery, textile product, chemical, pharmaceutical, automobiles. Fourth thing India import from the China crossed 101 billions in 2023-24, about the 70 billion in 2018. Country share of India industrial good import has risen 21 to 30% over the 15 years. Say a report by the Global Trade Research Initiative, which wrote that the Chinese import will rise the sharply in coming year. Goods import from the China have risen 2.3 times faster than India total import over the 15 years. GTRI study noted that adding that China is the top supplier of 8 major industrial sectors, including the machinery, chemical, pharmaceutical. What is the 8 major supplier to the India by the China? Machinery, chemical, pharmaceuticals, textile, automobiles, electronics, telecommunication, something like that. China is the growing the trade deficit. China is caused to concern think tanks said that its report analyzing India growing industrial import from China between the 18 to 24 India exported to the China have strengthened around 16 billion annually, while the import have surged, resulting in the cumulative trade deficit exceeding 3.387 billion over the 6 years. China also accounted for 29.2 chemical and the pharmaceutical import to the into the India, 25% plastic products, 23% automobiles. Lower dependence on the China was seen to the case of iron, steel, base. Its strategic implication of these dependency are the profound and affect not only the not only the economy but the national security dimension. The study said the muted resentment of the Odisha import strategically. This is the penetrating not only the mitigate the economic risk but also to bolster the domestic industry, reducing the dependency on this single country import. CRP for Tikram. Key factor can affect the personal loan data. Hamas say it will respond to the Gaza. This is a plan. Pakistan Foreign Minister Iqbal appointed a deputy prime minister. Okay. Russian forces take over the village near the Donetsk. Okay. Donetsk को भी कब्जा कर लिया. Only the US can halt the Israel attack on the Rafah. Rafah रफा एक बॉर्डरिंग सिटी है बिटवीन द इजराइल एंड गाजा. रफा only the US can halt the attack on Rafah. So Western countries, including the Israel, closely allied with the US, have the pledge with the hold back from attacking the southern city, which Egyptian border, sheltering more than the millions of Palestinians who fled Israeli's 7-month-long assault on much of the rest of the Gaza. Okay, that is the issue. Second, Yemen Houthi rebel claim downing the US Reaper drone. Russia threatened the okay, now we get it about the school close warning issue Asia sweater extreme heat wave. Asia में heat 3 tigers spotted in Munnar plantation. Human habitat Munnar Forest Department of Munnar. According to the Munnar region, the Biju, 3 tigers were spotted moving along the border of the tea plantation, Kan- Kannimala. The पैटी मडिरा फिर रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी मदर फर्स्ट टाइगर मिल गया था और तो कोई फार्मर ओके tribal consequences have a political patronage. Vote for the Nightingales in the welfare scheme. Indulekha, Raja Ravi Verma, Manantha, the greatest portrait. Chandrayaan has to become the first mission soft landing on the lunar south pole region that never been explored before. The mission aimed to demonstrate safe and soft lunar landing over the mobility and in situ scientific exploration. India has now joining the US. India has now joining the US, Russia, and China. One of the few countries successfully launched the moon mission. चंद्रयान कब लॉन्च होता है 2008 में चंद्रयान कब 2008 चंद्रयान 2 कब लॉन्च होता है ये होता है 2019 में चंद्रयान 3 it was launched Chandrayaan 3 40th birthday was a minimum one of the lunar equipment 20 इसमें क्या क्या है इसमें जो प्रज्ञान रोवर program to transport with the 500 meter radius of its landing site, executing the experiment of relaying the data, image, lunar, and the Earth. The lander rover modules collectively equipped into 23. In order to generate knowledge carried out the instrument that followed, it created high resolution 3D images of the lunar surface and analyze the minerals composition, search for the water ice. One of the key goals was to detect the presence of water molecules on the lunar surface. The moon's polar region were We believe to have the important setting with the water ice by we accumulated. Investigate the moon exploration. Escape was study. Many explorers trying to hide. Artists quoted recently the Indian Prime Minister announced in their decision to join the British. देव एक्सपर्टीज कह रहे 2 घंटे हो गए आपको मेरे साथ पढ़ते हुए। बहुत सही, ऐसे ही काम करते जाइए। 2 घंटा तो अभी शुरुआत है। 2 से 3 घंटे पढ़िए, 3 से 4 घंटे। And there are many people are joined with us. Try to as much as possible study with me. Start at least 2 hours, 3 hours, 4 hours. Make the revolution in the field of education. Get it now? Let's go it. National Aeronautics and Space Administration and India Space Research Organization. They will collaborate to end and present the Indian astronaut trained at the Jones Space Center, Texas to the International Space Laboratory. About the Artemis Accord. Accord are the set of principles of guidelines laid out the framework that international the cooperation with the lunar peaceful purpose. Signatory peaceful purpose. Signatory commit to the exploration. Transparency, interoperability, sustainable exploration, right or resources, registration of space objective, relation scientific data. PSLV C-55 telescope. ISRO has successfully launched PSLV C-55 telescope 2 mission to the Satish Dhawan Space Center, Sriharikota, Andhra. 57 workies of the Polar Satellite Launch Vehicle 16 venture utilizing the PSLV core alone configuration. The mission is exclusively undertaken the partnership with the NSIL. NSIL stands for the New Space India Limited. Okay, navigated about Polar Satellite Launch Vehicle launched by ISRO launch C-55 telescope. The mission for Satish. Primary satellite involvement that is the TEOS-2 accompanied by the Limelight 4 as a co-passenger satellite, both originating from the Singapore. In the pioneer move of the scientists, leverage the PSLV orbital experiment module 2 POEM POEM stand for PSLV orbital experimental module. PSLV orbital experimental module. PSLV orbital experimental module 2, an orbital platform that conducts a scientific experiment facilitated by the non-separating payload nestled within. Teris 2 क्या है? एक focal point of this mission stand as the Earth observatory satellite prime to significantly contribute the remote sensing applications. Building upon the foundation laid telescope. TEOS US for the Earth Observatory Satellite. Earth Observatory Satellite, which found it into the low Earth orbit for the similar purpose back in 2015. The ISRO continued to fostered in partnership with the Singapore, having successfully launched 9 satellite for the nation. Distinctive feature of the TEL UAS-2 synthetic aperture radar (SAR) payload endowed with the power to capture imagery at an impressive 1 meter of full polarimeter resolution. Technology enable this technology enable seamless all-weathering imaging, uh, ensuring comprehensive coverage day and night. SAR operate an ingenious principle utilizing the radar antenna motion to the craft insisted 3D image of the data. नाविक क्या है? NVS-01 successfully launched geosynchronous transfer orbit by the Indian research organization using the GSLV F-12. After the 19 minutes journey, it preservably positioned in its designated orbit. GSLV F-12 के now 15 मिशन है इंडिया का GSLV स्टैंड फॉर द जियोसिंक्रोनस सैटेलाइट लॉन्च व्हीकल. Series of 9 flight feature for utilization of indigenous cryogenic stage. Notably, this marks 6 operational flights of GSLV equipped with the indigenous cryogenic stage, representing the significant and advancement in India's space capability. This satellite stands as the inaugural member of ISRO next generation of NVS. NVS stands for the Navigational Satellite series of payload. Its primary objective revolved around ensuring the continuity for the navigation in India consultation service. Navik service at the India Regional Navigation Satellite Team system akin to the global GPS system. It provided accurate and real-time navigation service across the expanses of India up to the radius of 1500 km beyond its border. What is the feature of the NAVIC? NAVIC, which stands for the Navigation in Indian uh, Constellation, it is the autonomous satellite navigation system developed by the ISRO. NAVIC consists of the constellation of 7 satellites, 3 geostationary orbit and 4 geochronous orbit. The geostationary satellite provided continuous coverage over the Indian subcontinent, while the geochronous satellites enhance the accuracy of system coverage area, while primary coverage area is India and surrounding region. NAVIC stands for the about the 1500 km beyond the border, ensuring improved the accuracy and reliability of the zone. Application of NAVIC. NAVIC is designed to provide the accurate positioning of information for a range of applications including the transportation, navigation, disaster management, and agriculture, research, rescue operation, scientific research. Single type NAVIC uses a two type of signals. One that is the standard position service for the civilian use and the restricted service for authorized user. Accuracy की बात करते हैं तो नाविक aim to provide the position accuracy for better than 20 meter in the primary service area. The system can offer even higher accuracy for the systematic application through a differential correction technique. Okay, two things we should know is that first is the PSLV C55. ये क्या है? ये टेल EOS है, EOS अर्थ ऑब्जर्वेटरी सैटेलाइट. ओके, Second is Navik satellite NVS-01. NVS-01 NVS stand for the navigational satellite. The Navik used to design it to provide the accurate position information for navigation, disaster management, and agriculture research and rescue operation scientific research. And before one more thing, that is lunar mission Chandrayaan. India launched Chandrayaan 3 and it was successful. And India now joined the US, Russia, and China, and one of the few countries successfully land on the moon. It had the Arbiter rover. So, Pragyan rover program to transport within the 500-meter with radius and executing the experiment relevant data and the image acquired by the rover will transmitted to by the Vikram lander to the orbiter and which will be subsequently transmitted back to the Earth. The landed rover orbiter all the data. Pragyan will execute the experiment and capture some image and it will transfer to the rover and rover will transfer to the Earth. Temperature variation. चा चा STE क्या है भैया? Chandra surface thermal physical experiment. Chandra surface. It showed a 15 degree to 14 degree minus 10 degree temperature variation between Artemis Accord. Artemis Accord India decision to join the Artemis Accord during the visit of the US. So NASA ISRO collaborate to send the Indian astronauts trained at Jones Space Center in the Houston, Texas International Space Station. By the 2024, India became the 27th country to sign the non-binding Artemis Accord. Now we get it about the Artemis Accord also. It is the India ISRO agreement that India uh, going to send the artists or astronaut and trained at the Johnson Space Center in the Hudson in the International Space Station by the 2024. The Artemis Accord was set to principle of guideline that it laid to framework for the international cooperation lunar exploration. What is the principle and commitment of Artemis Accord? The peaceful purpose, transparency, interoperability, sustainable exploitation, right resources, registration of space object, release of scientific data. जूनोटिक डिजीज क्या था? वर्ल्ड जूनोटिक डे अभी मनाया गया है. डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ एनिमल हस्बेंड्री एंड डेयरी मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ फिशरीज Animal Husbandry and Dairy Ministry recently conducted awareness program on genetic disease as a part of Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav. World Genetic Day 6 July. World Genetic Day 6 July. The program aims to educate farmers about the genetic disease risks animal afford to prevent. Due to their close contact with the animals, farmers are higher risk in contracting the genetic diseases. Genetic disease are also known as zoonosis, interfection of disease that can transmit it between the animal to human being. Now we get it about every year 6 July we celebrate Zoonotic Disease Day. What is the zoonotic disease? The something like a disease which infect the human by the animal, that is called the zoonose. Mode of transmission. What is the mode of transmission? First is bacteria. Second is virus. In the bacteria, Salmonella and the Campylobacter. These bacteria are frequently associated with the foodborne illness originating from the consumption of contaminated meat, poultry, dairy product. Yersinia pestis is responsible for causing the plague. This bacteria can transmit it through the flea bite and exposure to infect the animals. Another disease, the Bar- Bartonella hyenicines. This cause the cat scratch disease, often transmitted through the cat scratches or bite. Second is virus. Virus can significant group of zoonotic pathogens which are potential to cause the widespread outbreak of example like influenza virus, coronavirus, hantavirus. So influenza virus may influence the virus originating in animal, particularly in birds, pigs, before spilling over the human. Coronavirus like SARS-CoV, MERS-CoV, and the hantavirus transmitted through the contact with the rodent excreta. These virus can cause the hantavirus, polymerase syndromes, and the harmogens. There are some diseases like pathogens also, parasites also. Parasite zoonotic disease can result from contact with the contaminated animal, vector, environment. For example, toxoplasma. Toxoplasma gondii is transmitted through the contact with the infected cat, consumption of undercooked meat. It can lead to the toxoplasmosis. Another is the parasite disease like Giardia intensiv, that waterborne parasite cause gastrointestinal symptoms after the consumption of the contaminated water. Third is the parasite disease like Leishmania seps, transmitted through the sandfly bite, causing leishmaniasis, and which presented in the various form. Second, fourth genetic disease is from the fungus. Fungal genetic disease can caused by the fungus presented in animals, their product, environment. For example, ringworm, histoplasma, caspolotum. These are the fungal disease of ringworm, a common skin infection caused by the uh, dermophyte fungi transmitted from animal to human being. Histoplasma capsulatum caused by the histoplasmosis, often contract through the inhalation of fungal spores. Oh, and next is the Prinones. Prinones is the misfolded protein that can cause the neurodegenerative disease in the human and animal, while the transmission of the prion disease. It lays understood, for example, like bovine spongiform, uh, encephalophyte. It is also called BSE, known as the mad cow disease. It can transmit it to the human through the consumption of infected cattle product. Notable example: COVID-19 disease caused by the novel corona SARS-CoV-2 genetic disease, believed to have originated in the bat or possibility transmitted to the human through the intermediate animal host. Ebola virus. Ebola is the severe and often deadly disease that can be transmitted to the human from the wild animals and then spread through the human to the human contact, fruit, bat, considered to the natural host of the virus. Third is the rabies viral disease. It is usually transmitted to the human through the bites of the infected animal, commonly dogs. It affects the central nervous system and almost always fatal if not treated properly. Avian influenza disease. It's also called the bird flu, and the virus strain to the avian influenza virus can infect the birds, occasionally jump to the human beings also. Close contact with the infectious bird, their dropping contaminated surface can lead to transmission. Lyme disease caused by the bacteria Borrelia Burgoferi. Lyme disease transmitted to the human through the bite of infected black-legged tick. It can cause a range of symptoms affecting the skin, joints, hearts, and nervous system. Leptospirosis, a bacteria infected infection, is often spread through the contact of water, soil, and contaminated with the urine of infected animals, particularly rodent. It can cause a flu-like symptoms and in severe cases lead to organ failure. Transmission, how does it transmit it? Uh, HIV is believed to have originated from the non-human primates. The virus has undergone changes that make the primarily the human-to-human transmission. However, the initial spillover likely occurred through the genetic transmission. Hantavirus pulmonary syndrome, disease caused by the several types of the hantavirus, and each transmitted to the human by the rodent primarily through their urine, dropping, saliva, and it can lead to severe respiratory symptoms. Bu- uh, brucellosis, human contact with the brucellosis from the animals like cattle, goat, pigs through the direct contact consumption of contaminated animal products like raw milk, undercooked meat, brucellosis, and the application for the artificial intelligence. Healthcare के लिए what is the application? Artificial intelligence assists medical diagnosis, drugs discovery, and the personalized treatment plan. Machine learning algorithm analyze the medical data to the predict disease outbreak, the optimizing patient care. Singtuple, the Indian startup use artificial intelligence analyze medical images like blood samples, aiding the diagnosis of the disease like malaria, tuberculosis. Finance, artificial algorithm analyzes the market trending, predict the stock prices, and manage the investment portfolio. It will also CAT provide the customer support for the banking and financial. So, for example, Paytm artificial powered wealth management platform. Paytm Money assist the user to making the informed investment decision based on their financial goal. Retail and e-commerce, artificial power recommendations system that suggest the product based on the user preference. Virtual shopping assist and the chatbot enhance customer engagement, improve the shopping experiment like Mintra, an Indian online fashion retailer. Retailers employ the artificial algorithm to the personalize the product uh, recommendation and enhance the shopping experience. Manufacture, how does the artificial intelligence work in the manufacturing? AI driven the robotic automatic manufacturing process, enhancing the efficiency and the precision, the productivity, productive maintenance using the AI minimize the downtime. For example, TVS Motor Company uses the AI driven robot and its manufacturing process to improve the precision and the efficiency in the vehicle assembly. Transportation, autonomous vehicle use the artificial intelligence navigate, make the real time decision, traffic management system optimizing the route, reduce the congestion. For example, Atal Indore City Transport Service Limited uses an artificial based system to optimizing the bus route schedule in the Indore, improving the public transportation efficiency. And the agriculture, how does the artificial intelligence work in agriculture? Analyzing the data, improve the crop yield management, irrigation, monitor soil health. Drone equipped with the artificial intelligence monitor and analyze the field. For example, COPS-X, an Indian agri-tech company. COPS-X in India agriculture technique offer an artificial based soil moisture monitoring system that help the farmer to optimizing the irrigation conservation water. In the education, how does the artificial intelligence work? Artificial or power platform after the personalized learning experiments, adaptive curricula, natural language process enable the intelligence tutoring the system. For example, Econovation, the Indian EdTech platform, the use artificial intelligence to deliver the personalized learning content assessment to the student in a various language. Entertainment, artificial intelligence generate content with the music, art, video, game. Recommendation algorithm suggest a movie, show, and the content based user the performance. For example, Ghana for popular Indian music. The streaming platform using the artificial intelligence to curate the personalized playlist for their based on their listening history. Cyber security, like Quick Hill Technology, an Indian cyber security company, employ the artificial driven threat detection program, individual and the business from the cyber attack. NLP क्या है? What is NLP? Natural language processing, enable voice assistant, chatbot, language translation. Sometimes analyze the cases, public opinion, social media relevant, like Haptic, an Indian artificial intelligence chatbot platform, provide customer support and assistance in the multiple language, catering to diverse user needs. Environmental conservation के लिए how does the artificial intelligence work? AI analyzes the data from the sensor and the satellites to monitor the environment and environmental changes and predict the natural disaster. Artificial aid in the wildlife conservation afforded by the tracking and the protecting the endangered species. Human resources AI assist recruiting the analyzing the resume, conducting initial interview and matching the candidate to the job role. The employee engagement in the performance of artificial driven tools like Belong. Indian HR tech company uses the artificial to match job seeker with the sustainable job opportunity, opening the provided the personalized career recommendation. Smart city, smart cities or also artificial enhancement modern platform which used to analyze the manage the traffic flow and optimizing the timing of the traffic signal, improving the urban mobility. Language translation also like Riverine language technology offer artificial based language translation solution to bridge the language barrier and improve the communication in India diverse linguistic landscape. How does the artificial intelligence work in the government agency? Ministry of Electronic and IT MIT initiated a program titled the Future Skill Prime in the collab of scaling of IT professional 10 engineering including the artificial intelligence. The government has published a national strategy for artificial intelligence proposed to develop an ecosystem for the research adaptation of artificial intelligence. National AI portal which is responsive repository artificial intelligence based on initiative in the country at in the single places. Open what is the chat GPT or open artificial intelligence chat GPT 3 generative pre-trained transform. GPT stands for the generative pre-trained transformer and it generates significant interest due to the remarkable natural language processing capability. It has been used for the various applications like content generation, chatbots, language, and many more. AI ethics regulation. There has been increasing the emphasis on ethical use of AI and need for regulation to ensure the responsible AI development. Discussion around biasness, transparency, accountability, data privacy, and again the prominence AI healthcare has applied to healthcare for diagnosis, drugs, discovery, personalized treatment plan, and the preceding disease outbreak also. Artificial intelligence, autonomous vehicles. Okay, development of self-driven car and autonomous vehicle technology has continued with the company like Tesla, Waymo, other making advance in the artificial driven navigation and safety feature. Bengaluru traffic police have adopted the artificial to optimizing traffic signal timing, reducing the congestion and improve the flow of the vehicle. And there are finance also like the just money use the artificial analyze to alternate data resources for the micro loans and AI in the sustainability like India Meteorological Department employed the AI machine learning to improve the accuracy of the weather forecasting and the drugs discovery. The AI machine learning is being used for accelerated drugs discovery process, predicting the potential drug condition and stimulating the molecular interaction. And how does it work in the hardware? Development in specialized hardware such as the AI accelerator and the neuro neurophic chip have aimed to improve the efficiency of AI computerization. Even agriculture, it yield production, uh, precision agriculture technique that will also have. What is the application of rare earth metal? A rare earth metal like nubadium, parasodium, dysprodium. These are the rare earth metal, and it is used in electronic and technology. These are metal essential for the producing the powerful magnet used in the various electronic device, including the heart device, electronic motor, and headphone speaker. Uh, these are used in the nobadium, parasodium, and the disopodium. It is used in the powerful magnet and the electric motor and the headphone and speaker. Catalyst and the chemical process. The carium and the lanthanum. These are the rare earth metal used to catalyze in the industrial process such as the petroleum refining and automobiles catalyst converter. Laser technology like atrium and nobadium used in the laser technology, and the LED and the lighting like europium and the yttrium. It is used in the LED lighting. Batteries and the energy storage like lithium and the cerium. It are used in the battery energy storage. Mm, Medical imaging and the transparency. It is gadolinium and yttrium. Gadolinium and yttrium used in the मेडिकल इमेजिंग एंड ट्रीटमेंट में यूज किया जाता है लाइक एम आर आई मैग्नेटिक रिजोनेंस इमेजिंग which is to imaging the body parts, and the glass carry cremesis to erbium yttrium. It is used for the glass and the cremesis. Aerospace and defenses, nubadium, parasodium, gadolinium. These are the rare earth metal are used in aerospace application, including the aircraft engine, missile guided radar technology. Clean energy technology also there are many rare earth metal used like nobadium, dysopium, and terbium. It is used in the clean energy technology. Magnet and green technology में क्या यूज होता है तो nobadium, nudium and the parasodium and the dinosodium. Communication में yttrium and erbium, yttrium and erbium used in the communication. वाटर ट्रीटमेंट में सेरियम यूज होता है इंडिया एंड रेयर अर्थ मेटल. India known as the process of approximately 6% of the global rare earth metal depositing position in the fifth largest repository of these crucial minerals. Recognize that Indian Rare Earth Metal Limited and early 1950 further expanding into the sector like Toyota Susho formed a strategic joint venture with the IREL during the period of 2011. What were the challenges? The rare earth industry faces the interesting challenges that necessitate export uh, knowledge, substantial capital investment, advanced technology for interesting process of extraction, processing, and logistic. Presently, there are gap of demand, entrepreneurship, technology investment, and the involvement of the private sector in the global. Demand-supply dynamics have largely been influenced by the consisting supply from the China, causing the many manufacturing overlook for the dominions of the single nation field. What were the solution? Effective address of these challenges require well-designed policy that strike the balance between the environmental consideration and the scale of the production. India's specific measures exploration activity in India has been traditionally been under the purview of government agencies such as the Bureau of Mines, Department of Atomic Energy. Responsibility for mining processing has been categorized under the uh, Sweet, uh, Sweetwater IREL. Ministry of Mines has sought to bolster the minerals product through the Amendment and Mines Minerals Development Regulation 2021. However, the more comprehensive efforts are required to foster the growth in the sector. There are many important technology and terminology in the nanotechnology and biotechnology. Nanotechnology and biotechnology, like nanotechnology is the tiny particles in the dimension on the nano scale. They have a they have a unique property due to their size, uh, making them useful in the areas such as the drug delivery, catalyzing electronic. Nanomaterial are engineered at a nanoscale. This material exhibit novel property compared to the bulk material are rare use in a various application using the coating sensor company uh, nanotubes cylindrical structural made of carbon and other material. The carbon nanotubes, for instance, have exceptional mechanical, electronic, and thermal property. Nanowires, ultra thin wire, and the diameter in the nanometer range. They are used in the nano electronic sensors and energy storage device. Quantum dot semiconductor nanocrystal that emit a specific color of the light based on their size. They are used in display the solar cells, biological imaging, self-assembly, the process by which the molecules and nanoparticles organize themselves into the order structure without external intervention. This technique is used for the create a nanoscale pattern. AFM क्या है? AFM atomic force micro atomic force. This microscopy, this technology that uses sharp into the skin and the surface atomic molecules, providing the details information about the surface. Spanning tunneling microscopy (STM), a technique used to find metal probes that scan the surface and detect the variation in the electrons flow between the probes and the surface. It is used to visualize the individual atom on the surface. Bottom two of approach is strategy of fabrication, where the small building blocks such as the molecules or atom are assembled to create the large structure of the world. Top to down approach, the strategy in nano fabrication, where the large structure were manipulated and sculptured to achieve the nanoscale feature, often using a technique such as the lithography. Nanomedicine application of the nanotechnology in healthcare, including the targeted drug delivery, imagining the diagnostic and the cellular and the molecular level. And the nanoelectronics used for the nanomaterials component electronic devices enabling the faster, smaller, more energy efficiency electronic nanotechnology energy application in the energy solar cells, fuel cells, where the nanomaterial enhance the efficiency and performance. Nanotextile incorporate with the nanoparticle in the fabric enhance the property like stain resistance and the UV protection. from that also. Indian Nanotechnology Initiative. The Nanotechnology User Program, the IENUP, an initiative to provide the Indian research with the access to advance the nano fabrication facility for developing the nano electronic devices and system. Nano Hubs project came under the Department of the Science and Technology. Nano Hub project focus on the developing a nano formulation with the traditional Indian hubs enhance their uh, therapeutic property of the efficiency. CSIR Nanotechnology, Council of Scientific Indian Research in India have several laboratories dedicated to the nanotechnology research. CSIR, the National Chemical Laboratory, and the CSIR Institute of the Genomics and the Integrative Biology are among them, working on the various applications in the nanotechnology. Bharat Nano, an Indian company, specialized in the research and commercialization of nanotechnology based on the product. They have developed a product like the nano size coating for decoration, protection, and self-cleaning surface. Nanovision for the Department of Science and Technology. The Nanovision was launched to promote the research and development in the nanotechnology in India. It supports the project in a various areas, including the nanotechnology, nanoelectronic, nanotechnology institute like Indian Institute of Nano Science in Bangalore, Mumbai, Kolkata. SIAF क्या है? Sophisticated Analytic Instrument Facility, establishing the DST across the India, play a major role in the advanced characteristic synthetic of the nanomaterial for the various applications. Center for Exchange of the Nano Science, the biotechnology established under DEST. Nano mission help the researcher and the PG student in the various thrust area. TUL क्या है? What is the TUL? Thematic Unique Excellence. TUS stands for Thematic Unique Excellence for the various areas. Nanosciences and the nanotechnology play a major role in the product. Unnati program. Unispace nanotechnology. Assembly and training by the ISRO. उन्नति एक कैपेसिटी बिल्डिंग प्रोग्राम है on the nanosatellite delivery. The program provided the opportunity to the participant from the developing country to strengthen their capability, assembly, integration, and testing the nanosatellite. Genetically modified technology. डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ बायोटेक्नोलॉजी ने गाइडलाइन इशू करी है सेफ्टी असेसमेंट का जीनोम एडिटिंग प्लांट के लिए टू ईजिंग द नॉर्म्स फॉर द रिसर्च एंड जेनेटिकली मॉडिफाई क्राफ्ट टेक्नोलॉजी इन्वॉल्व अल्टर करना जीन को मेकअप द ऑर्गेनिज्म इंट्रोड्यूसिंग द फॉरेन जेनेटिक मटेरियल DNA. Technology allow the scientists to add the detect or the modify specific genes to confer the desired traits, and the GM technology has application in agriculture, medicine, industry. In agriculture, GM crop can be engineered for the enhance of yield, resistance, pest, disease, improve the natural content. For example, BT brinjal is एग प्लांट या ऑब्रजिन बोलते हैं, जेनेटिकली मॉडिफाइड क्रॉप है, डेवलप किया जाता है इंडिया में टू रेसिस्ट सर्टेन इंसेक्ट पेस्ट. However, the commercialization has been subjected of debate due to the concern over the environmental health impact. Genome editing. Genome editing is the practice technique used to alter the specific DNA sequence within the organism and the genome revolutionized CSIR case system. CSIR case widely used the genome editing. Researchers had targeted to modify the gene with the remarkable accuracy and enabling the correction of genetic mutation responsible for disease. Genome editing has a potential application in the treating the genetic disorder, developing the disease-resistant crop, and the creating animal models for the studying the disease. For example, Indian research have a CRISPR-9 technology to edit the genome. What is the CRISPR-9? CRISPR-9 is the genome editing technology of the mosquito to reduce their ability to transmit disease like malaria. This approach aims to control the disease transmission by altering the mosquito population. जीनोम sequencing क्या होता है? International team described the first ever sequencing of complete human genome. The genome sequencing involved the determining complete DNA sequencing of the organ. It provides insight into the genetic composition and structure of organism genome. Human genome sequencing, for example, has facility to identify a disease causing the mutation and the personalized medicine. Genome sequencing is also added to studying evolutionary relationships among the species and understand their genetic diversity. Uh, INDIGEN program का aim to undertake the whole genome sequencing of thousands of Indian individuals, representing the diverse ethnic group that India has funded. It has founded the Council of Science, Scientific and Industrial Research. Genome surveillances. Genome surveillance is involved in the monitoring changes in the organ's genome over the time. It helps to identify the genetic variation, mutation, alteration that may be linked to disease with the environmental factor. Surveillance of the microbial genomes is crucial for tracking the emergence of drug-resistant strain of the pathogens and the guiding public health responses. Continuous genome surveillance provided the valuable data. Epidemiological study, development of the targeted therapy. For example, in the response to COVID-19 pandemic, the Indian scientists conducted the genomes surveillances SARS-CoV-2 virus. They sequenced the viral response by taking the mutation, understanding the transmission dynamics, adding the pandemic and the management. Cloning क्या है? India has successfully cloned a wild Arctic wolf for the first time in the world. Cloning is the process by creating genetically identical copy of organism cells DNA fragmentation. There is several methods of cloning, including the reproductive cloning, where the whole organism duplicated, and therapeutic cloning, जहाँ पे product embryonic stem cells for the medical research. Cloning has application in the agriculture product, producing high yielding livestock, preserving the endangered species. However, the ethical social consideration sounded man. Gene, uh, gene DNA cloning. Gene DNA cloning involved in the moving the DNA segment from the organism and the self-replacing agreement. segment, moving DNA segment from one organism into the self-replicating genetic component like bacterial plasm. In the gene cloning, specific DNA fragments are inserted into the plasmid, allowing the plasmid to replicate carrying the DNA when transmitted to the other cell. The reproductive cloning क्या होता है? The reproductive cloning entails the taking the nucleus from the somatic cell and placing into the included oak cell. Manipulated octales then formatted to divide the genetic embryo with the same genetic material at the donor cell. This method is known as the somatic cell transfer of embryo to the creation of the body cell, marking the first successful mammal cloning. Therapeutic cloning, parallel reproductive cloning है, therapeutic क्या है? Parallel reproductive cloning up to the embryo creation. The primary goal of the therapeutic cloning is not to produce living organism, but to generate embryonic stem cell for the medical research potential therapeutic purpose. For example, 2001, the Indian scientists successfully cloned the buffalo named Samrupa. This achievement contributed to advancement in the animal reproductive. Indian Biological Data Center inaugurated the Faridabad, Haryana. About the biological data, IBDC कहाँ पे? फरीदाबाद हरियाणा. Biological data refer to the information observation related to living organism and their interaction. It encompasses a wide range of the data type collected from the various fields, biotechnology, including the genetic, genomes, ecology, evolution, microbiology, and many more. Genetic data include the DNA sequencing, gene annotation, information about the gene mutation. It is crucial for understanding the inherent genetic variation, genetic basis, trait, and disease. Genomic data क्या होता है? Genomic data comprise entire DNA sequencing organism, including the gene, non-coding region for regulatory element. It allows the researcher to study organism evolution, genome, and protogenic data present with the included the interaction with the help of the role of the protein and the something ecological data. 3 hours with you, we solving the more than 60 questions. Thank you, bro. Keep it grow. Keep doing as much as possible. You can take a rest also. If you feel tired, then you can take a rest with 10 to 15 minutes and then again come and join us. Phenotypic data include the information about the sick or observation traits, organism, such as the physical character. It helps to understand how the genes and the environment influence the trait. Taxonomy. The taxonomy data is the category that classifies the organism based on the evolutionary data. Evolutionary data for data include the metagenic data. Metagenic data is the involvement analyzing the genetic material collected directly from the environment samples. surface of the soil, water, and wind microbes, which include the insight into the diversity, function, of the community. Behavioral data document that behavior interaction with the animal and other natural habitat, control the setting, contributor under the standing. Clinical data include the medical report, patient information, genetic data, relevance to the understanding the disease and healthcare. Topical data records changes over the search population fluctuated seasonal and savanna compass level. Savanna is structured compass level below this region. Temperature Pampas very well steeply down. Only grassland. Critically endangered fauna, flora and fauna. Fauna means mammals first. Andaman white-toothed screw species endemic in the South Andaman Island, and it is specific ecological requirement and habitat loss in the its reduction. Jenkins Andaman spiny screw, white-toothed screw, Andaman Nicobar critically endangered. Nicobar whitetail, it is also found in Nicobar, critically endangered. Large rock rat, Elvira rat, it is also found in the Andhra Pradesh, critically endangered. Namdapha flying squirrel, Namdapha National Park, Arunachal Pradesh, she also the critically endangered. Malabar civet, found in the western Ghats due to the loss of habitat and deforestation. Hunting leading to the low number Sumatran rhinoceros, one inhabited foothill Javan rhinoceros. Sumatran once inhabited the foothill of the eastern Himalaya. Sumatra rhinoceros become extinct in India due to the habitat degradation and poaching. Okay, now we get it about that. What Andaman white-toothed screw and the Jenkins Nicobar white-tailed screw, large rock large rock rat, Andhra endangered, Namdapha fly endangered, Malabar civet, Sumatra rhino endangered, Javan rhino endangered. बर्ड में endangered कौन कौन है? आइथाबेरी, GIB, Bengal Flaricon, Siberian Cray, Spoonbill Sandpiper, Suscible Lapwing, Jardon Corsair. It is also the critically endangered. White-backed vulture, totally critically endangered. Red-headed vulture, also. White-billed heron, slender-billed vulture, Indian white-ramp vulture, pig-headed duck, Himalayan quail. There are reptile also, gharial, habitat degradation, critically endangered. Hawk, hawkbill turtle, critically endangered. Critically endangered. Habitat Raven terrapin, northern river terrapin. Illegal trade due to the critical endangered. Bengal root turtle, India, the turtle is a species especially endangered. Habitat loose and empty. Fishes like Pondicherry shark, India coastal shark species has extinct due to the overfishing and habitat degradation. Ganga shark, another shark species, is found in a similar trait to the Pondicherry shark and believed to extinct. Large toothed sawfish like knife-toothed sawfish. This species of the snow sawfish has also become the extinct due to the overfishing. Mammals mammals में जो endangered species critically endangered, we have seen that mammals, birds, reptiles, and endangered में pygmy hog, con- Kundana rat, Indian elephant, Gee golden langur, otter civet, cynologer, bird में forest owlet, knife-tooth sawfish. Knife-tooth sawfish is also a bird. Major critically endangered flora: Himalayan blue poppy, Agra wood, Himalayan yale, Indian pitcher plant, Kalau Etlingera. Institutional framework for the protecting biodiversity, like Act for Protection of Biodiversity in India Fisheries 1997. Section 3 provided for the power to make rule for the regulation of fishing, uh, empower the geographical declare clause. Indian Forest Act 1927 and the Mining and Minerals Development Regulation in 1957. There are 5. Wildlife Protection Acts. Wildlife Protection Act defined the various terms including the wildlife, hunting, captive animals. Section 9 prohibit the hunting species animals without a license. Section 49b outline the penalty for offer related to the wild trade. Important schedule artificial intelligence. Schedule 1 and 2 provided absolute protection. Okay, wildlife protection schedule 1 it provides the absolute protection. Schedule 3 4 species are protected but penalized was lesser. Schedule 5th include the vermin animal which can be hunted. Schedule 6 the endemic plant are prohibited from cultivation and planting. Water resistant control program. Says section 24 empower the central government to make the rules for the prevention and control of water pollution. Section 33A provide the constitution of central state pollution and central board. 48 outline the penalty for the contraventing the provision of the Act 48. Section 2 defines the terms related to Act including the forest land. Section 3 requirement the prior approval of the central government for the development of the forest and non-forest lands. Empowering central government to coordinate. Air Prevention Control Act 1981. Section 78 embarked that the central government can make the rules preventing the controlling the air pollution. And 16 provide for the constitution of center and the state related to the control board. Environment Protection Act 1936. Three sections empower the central government to make the measure for the environmental purpose. Section 6 provided for the appointment of officers for the prevention, control, environmental pollution, and the Scheduled Tribes and other traditional forest dweller act 2006. इसका 60 section 3 is to recognize the right of the forest dweller and community to hold the lives in forest. Or provided the determination, verification. Section 6 provide the outline, the procedure for the recognized vesting tribal and the bodies provided in India. Wildlife Institute of India, Wildlife Autonomous Institute. Breeding. Botanical Survey of India, BSI search organization under the MOEFFC. It was established in 1980. Headquarters Kolkata, West Bengal. Regional office across the India. Primary mandated document survey. जूलॉजिकल सर्वे ऑफ इंडिया क्या है? ये रिसर्च करता है मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ एनवायरनमेंट क्लाइमेट चेंज के अंदर। ये 1916 में इसको बनाया जाता है। कोलकाता इसका हेडक्वार्टर है। जूलॉजिकल सर्वे ऑफ इंडिया it is the research organized under the Ministry of Environment, Forest, Climate Change. It was made in the 1916 and its headquarters in Kolkata. Botanical Survey of India, its research under the Ministry of Environment, Forest, Climate Change. Establishment in 1890. Headquarters in Kolkata, West Bengal. Regional headquarters office also in India. BSI Botanical Survey of India is Davao City. Primary mandate to document, survey, plant diversity in India and its associated ecosystem. BSI contribute a plant conservation, biodiversity assessment and ecological. Now we get it about the BSI in the Geological Survey of India. BSI का बनता 1890 में। हेडक्वार्टर कहाँ पे? कोलकाता में। किसके अंदर काम करता है? मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ एनवायरनमेंट, फॉरेस्ट, क्लाइमेट चेंज। जियोलॉजिकल सर्वे ऑफ इंडिया कब बनता है? 1916 में। हेडक्वार्टर कहाँ पे? कोलकाता में। किसके अंदर काम करता है? मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ एनवायरनमेंट, फॉरेस्ट, क्लाइमेट चेंज के अंदर रिसर्च काम करता है। ओके। इंडियन काउंसिल ऑफ फॉरेस्ट रिसर्च एंड एजुकेशन, ICFRE, इंडियन काउंसिल ऑफ फॉरेस्ट रिसर्च एजुकेशन, कब बनाया जाता है? 1987। हेडक्वार्टर कहाँ पे? देहरादून, उत्तराखंड। Wildlife Institute of India, when it was constituted, establishment in 1982. Where does it located? Headquarter Dehradun, Uttarakhand. Okay. WII Dehradun, Uttarakhand, 1982. ICFRE 1987. establishment. Its headquarters in Dehradun, Uttarakhand. Forest Survey of India. Forest Survey of India government organizing under the Ministry of Environment, Forest Climate Change. It was establishment in 1981, headquarters Dehradun, Uttarakhand. FSI responsible for monitoring, accessing the forest organization based in remote sensing. Indira Gandhi National Forest Academy. Indira Gandhi National Forest Academy. Uh, IGNFA, an institution under the Ministry of Environment, Forest Climate Change. हेडक्वार्टर कहाँ पे है? दिल्ली, उत्तराखंड में. कब बनता है? 1987 में. Wildlife Crime Control Bureau. Wildlife Crime Control Bureau. It was established in 2007. Is it headquartered in Dehradun? No, no. Where does it? It is New Delhi. Okay. Primary objective of the Wild Crime Control Bureau: combat organized wildlife crime, enforce provision of the Wildlife Protection Act and other relevant law. The Bureau is responsible for coordinating effort to prevent, control illegal trade, wildlife and their derivatives including the animals, plant. Scheme for Protection of Biodiversity, that IDWH, Integrated Development Wildlife Habitat. लॉन्च कब होता है? 2009 में. क्या करेगा? प्रोटेक्शन एंड मैनेजमेंट करेगा. किसको? वाइल्ड लाइफ हैबिटेट को. ओके. एम क्या है? स्ट्रेंथ करना है टू प्रोटेक्ट एंड द प्रोटेक्टेड नेटवर्क एरिया. Support habitat improvement, anti-poaching activity, wildlife monitoring, capacity building, frontline staff. One of the most is Project Tiger. When it was launched, 1973. Project Tiger was a flagship initiative for the conservation of tiger and their habitat. It aimed to ensure uh, viability population of tiger in India, natural landscape, addressing the threats such as the poaching and habitat loss. Okay, Project Tiger 1973, Project Elephant 1992. Project Elephant dedicated to the conservation and the protection of Asian elephant and their habitat. It focused on the addressing the human-elephant conflict, improving the habitat connectivity, raising the awareness about the elephant conservation. National Biodiversity Mission launched 2019. This mission was promote the conservation and sustainable use of biodiversity as well as the equitable sharing of benefits using the genetic resources and traditional knowledge. National Mission for the Human Study लॉन्च कब होता है? 2015 में. क्या लक्ष्य है? National Mission for the Human Studies, understanding the Himalayan region, biodiversity ecosystem and their vulnerability. It supports the research, conservation, sustainable development, Himalayan region, biodiversity conservation in rural livelihood. प्रिवेंट करता है किसको? प्रोटेक्ट द फोकस. प्रोजेक्ट द फोकस promoting the biodiversity conservation while improve the livelihood to the local community. नेशनल मिशन फॉर सस्टेनेबल एग्रीकल्चर कब? 2014 में. promote the sustainable agriculture practice that are compatible with the biodiversity conservation. Okay. 27 Conference of Party United Nations Framework Change the United Nations Framework Climate Change कहाँ पे हुआ है COP27 Sharm el Sheikh. Where does it Sharm el Sheikh? Egypt. Yes. Recently, COP27, the supreme decision-making body of UNFCCC, UNFCCC, United Nations Framework Climate Conservation of Climate Change. It was adopted in the Earth Summit Rio de Janeiro. अच्छा UNFCCC Earth Summit Rio de Janeiro. First Earth Summit, I think, Rio de Janeiro. When was 1992. Come into force 1994. Now we get it about the UNFCCC. When it was adopted, the first summit of the Earth Summit in the Rio de Janeiro 1992 and come into the force. What is the Kyoto Protocol? Kyoto, city of Japan, and it is a largely binding protocol, emission reduction development. It is entered into the force 2005 and it has first commitment period of the 2008 to 2012. Emission reduction target करता. What emission reduction target करता? Who Kyoto Protocol? When it was established in 1997. When it was forced in 2005. What is the first commitment page between the 2008 to 12? Now we get it about the Kyoto Protocol. It is the protocol for the reduction of emission. Marrakech Accord COP7 2000, including the decision on various aspects of implementation of Kyoto Protocol, such as the rules for the emission trading, green development, mechanics, modalities, compliances, machine. Copenhagen Accord, while a legally binding agreement, Copenhagen Accord was the global temperature rises emphasize the voluntary emission reduction target, financial assistance. The agreement establishment and framework in advance is the mitigation adoption. Copenhagen 2015 to not a binding treaty. Copenhagen Accord was the political agreement that recognized the need of the limit growth, temperature rise, emphasize the volume, emission reduction, technology transfer, and the capacity building effort, while also setting up the green climate fund to support the developing country. Doha Declaration 2012 enactment of the Kyoto Protocol establishment second commitment period. Second commitment period between the 2013 to 2020 for what? For the reduction of emission. Lime call for the climate change. The sale set the adoption of the Paris Agreement by the inviting the country to communicate their intended national determined contribution. COP21 landmark agreement with limit the global warming below the 2 degrees Celsius above the pre-industrial level. Stockholm Convention Stockholm 50 plus meeting was held in Stockholm. Stockholm is Sweden. Where does it Sweden? Either Europe or Africa? No, no, it is the Norway, Norway, Sweden, Finland, Scandinavian country. It is in the Europe. Sweden commemorated 15 years since 1971 United Nations Framework Human Rights Human Environment is also known as Stockholm University, the first major international conference to address the global environment issue comprehensively. Conference lead to increase the international awareness about the environmental challenges, uh, catalyze the creation of various institutions, convention and initiative address the environmental concern. Important principle, precautionary principle. मॉनेट्रियल प्रोटोकॉल क्या है? ओजोन लेयर डिफ्लेशन के लिए 16 सितंबर को हम लोग सेलिब्रेट करते हैं. ओजोन लेयर को बचाने के लिए थीम क्या है? ग्लोबल कोऑपरेशन प्रोटेक्टिंग द लाइफ ऑन द अर्थ. इट वाज लॉन्च इन द प्रोटोकॉल ऑफ वियना कन्वेंशन. Protocol of Vienna Convention for the protection of the ozone layer. Government scientists say that they have ratified all the 191 members of the, including India. Kigali HFC hydrofluorocarbon. Kigali is the Rwanda. Yes. Adopted the Mount Kigali into force into 2019. Adopted in 2016. Provided a path to achieve the 80% reduction of HFC consumption by the 2047. India and Montreal Protocol. India became the party of the Montreal Protocol in 1992. It is the successfully made phase out the target of 40 years as per the Montreal Protocol schedule. It approved the ratification of Kigali Agreement amendment to the Montreal Protocol. According to the India has to start phase down 2020. UN Ocean Conference कहाँ पे हुआ था? लिस्बन डिक्लेरेशन हुआ था. पोर्तुगल की राजधानी लिस्बन. UN conference confirmed the launch 2072 that provided a platform for the government, civil society, and the business to discuss the commitment, action, promote the conservation, sustainable use of ocean. Sustainable development 4 SDG 4 की 14 क्या है? 14 life below the water. SDG Sustainable Development Goal 14 life below the water. It focus on conservation of sustainably use the ocean, sea, marine. इंटरनेशनल सोलर अलायंसेस कब बनता है? 2015 में. किसने? इंडिया फ्रांस ने कोलिशन करके बनाया था. फोकस क्या है? शेयरिंग द बेस्ट प्रैक्टिस ऑफ द प्रमोटिंग solar power and deployment. ISA General Assembly meeting approved the solar facility which aim to attract the private capital to flow of the understand market of Global Environment Facility 1991 में बनता है multilateral financial mechanism है that provide करता है grant and funding to the support the project and development global environmental challenges. Special climate changes ये इसको इस्टेब्लिशमेंट किया था 2001 में। ये भी क्या करता है, फाइनेंस करता है प्रोजेक्ट रिलेटेड टू एडेप्टेशन, टेक्नोलॉजी ट्रांसफर। ई वेस्ट मैनेजमेंट, electronic electrical and electronic are the whole part of declare the wastage and rejected the manufacturing reimbursement and require the process coverage. Every manufacturer provided reverse dismantle, recycle, involve the processing of e wasted with a certain exception. Compulsory registration of the compulsory registration of manufacturing product, refurbishment, recycle and product of the central pollution control board, including the extension of the product, extended products responsibility (EPR), extended products responsibility certificate to incentivize the registered electronic wasted recycle by the introducing not a part of air quality guideline. Legal instrumental framework of the air quality, providing this comprehensive legislation at preventing the controlling and managing the air pollution. Acting for the Central and District Pollution Control Bureau Board to regulate and enforce the air quality standard, inspect the industries, take the measure, control the emission, while not exclusively focus on air quality. This act empowers the central government to take the measure to protect the improve the environment, including the air quality. Environment Protection 1986. It not to exclusively focus on air pollution act, provided that the overreaching framework of environmental taking for the central government to take major project improve the environment, including the air quality. Motor Vehicle Act 1988, Motor Vehicle Act 1988, Motor Vehicle Act provided the vehicle emission on legal basis of regulated sector for the authority to measure. It provided the government to specify the emission of the vehicle related to installation of the pollution control devices and regular emission of the test vehicle. By controlling the vehicular emission by this sector contribute to improving the air quality. भारत स्टेज तो BS स्टेज बोलते हैं, ये स्टैंडर्ड लिमिट करता है permission limit of pollutant emission from the vehicle. These standards set a specific limit for the pollutant emission from the vehicle, such as the carbon monoxide, nitrogen oxide, particulate matter, hydrocarbon. Implementation of these standards ensure that vehicles on the road comply with the emission norms developed. National Air Quality Index, numeric scale, communication, equality, public, simple, understanding awareness, and CAP, National Air Quality. National Air Quality Program. What description? Metal, stone, terracotta, jewelry, maybe. Civilization. Pottery, weaving, wood, carving. Bankura. Bankura has a product. Panchmura village of the Bankura district of Andhra state. West Bengal. Bankura was West Bengal. Logo of India. Indica. India was the Bengal. Transforming India. আমরা তো কিছু টপিক এখন Another which took out the maximum market Indian culture, which they contribute to liberty. Like zinc, copper, brass, silver, gold, ancient handicraft, bitri ware, पम्बार्थी मेटल का कुमरी ब्रास बेल मेटल प्रोडक्ट art and culture, then polity, then then taste. Three things I have to finish it. Art and culture, polity, and then taste. Ranipur single line, Laura Nandagad single line also, and Basra Vaisade single line, Rampurvat second single line, Sarnath four line, Sachi four line, Sankesha single elephant. Bull capital Suka from Rampura Bihar belonging to the 3rd century BC, a mixture of the Persian and Indian element but is left entirely from later. Laura Nandagarh pillar. Champarit a single block of the holy substance about 32 feet high atop each bell shaped with circular abacus ornamented Brahmani gauge supporting the statue of lion. The pillar is inscription with edict of Asoka clear to beautifully characterized. The lion has been checked with the month of the holy inscription. The holy inscription located in central Kalinga. The holy inscription located in ancient territory of Kalinga, which Emperor Asoka Maurya conquered the 271 to 231 BC, conquered appealing the loss of life about the 260 BC. Thereafter Asoka repented of the violence and he had to be converted. Edict of Asoka Kandhar 14 major rock edict Kandhar. So the most western part is Kandhar. फिर इसके बाद शहबाजगढ़ी और पेशावर डिस्ट्रिक्ट ऑफ पाकिस्तान शहबाजगढ़ी. इसके बाद मानसरा कालसी उत्तराखंड गिरनार गुजरात बॉम्बे सुपारा सांची स्तूपा कर्नाटका इरागुडी आंध्र प्रदेश. अमरावती जोगड़ा धौली उड़ीसा. लौरिया रामपुरा बिहार. लौरिया उसके बाद कौशंबी नंदगढ़ उसके बाद लुम्बिनी मेरठ दिल्ली काशी. Set of 1K 7 pillar edict portion terracotta Kandahar Delhi Allahabad Kosam Lauria Bihar. Lauria Nandagarh Champaran district of Bihar. Lauria Ara Champaran district of Bihar and Nandagarh. Sampurva Champaran district of Bihar. Minor Rock 17, Bahadur, Berahat, Arhot, and Sasharan, Gujjar, Rupnath, Angoria, Maski, Govindmat, Palki Gungu, Nitu Udgolo, Rajaula, Iragudi, Brahmagiri, Siddhapura, Jatinga. The concept of stupa is the simultaneous story of the place. Basic structure of stupa. Stupa is the building usually for the housing square lakes, hemisphere form circular, decorated with a relief sculpture, double stairway, southern toran, stupa, armika, st, chhatra, chhatra st, छत्र एसटी हर्मिका स्तूपा फिर अपर लेवल वॉकवे फिर वेस्ट तोरण The original stupa is the funerary mound. It is some located stupa below after the death, like Rajgiri, Vaisali, Kapilvastu, Allakappa, Ramgarh, Bethabla, Pava, Kushinagar, Pipalaya. Basic structure of stupa: hemispherical mound, squaral railing, a central pillar supporting the temple umbrella. Stupa and early Buddhism. Earliest archaeologist evidences the presence of a stupa in the North India dated the 4th century BC. Okay. The regional stupa architecture like Sanchi and Bharat. Buddhist monastery site, Central India, Bharuch, Sanchi और सतधारा, आंध्रा, सोनहरी, भोजपुर, तीज, Bharuch, Sanchi have based history. Bharuch, the sculpture at the Bharuch ranges from the 3rd century BC to end of the 2nd century BC. An inscription have been 2nd to 1st century BC. Sanchi Stupa, Bharuch. Sanchi Stupa. The stupa which preserved in many other part Buddhist stupa monastery site. This will therefore focus on the Sanchi. Rasana Hill, 4th century BC, in the Kakunda Buddha was inscription of the Buddha. It was located near the Vidisha, one of the greatest modern remaining Sanchi stupa pillars, 5 sculptures in the 3rd century BC to 12th century. Stupa from Andhra Pradesh like Amravati, Jagyapeta, Nagarjuna, Nagarjuna, the content the 30th Buddhist establishment belonging to the 3rd to 4th century. Feature of stupa in the Andhra. Some of the stupa in the Andhra region have solid bricks and the stone construction. The five important events of the Buddha life like birth, renunciation, enlightenment, first ceremony, and death. Ajit Ajitrwana Stupa. Ajitrama is the world's tallest stupa located in the ruins Jita, Jitavana in the world's heritage city of Auranga, Aurang, Auranga, Aurangpura, or Sri Lanka, Maharashtra, and Andhra Pradesh initiated the destruction of city stupa. Learning objective में what do we learn? Early cave, modern cave, and that will come the rock cut architecture. Vihara and Chaitya Vihara for the residents and Chaitya for the worship. So, the practicing of creating structure by the carving it out wall solid natural rock. The Indian rock cut architecture is mostly religious in nature. In the cave, long regard to the places of Shan city and structure in all India religious structure being small, dark, without a natural light. The oldest rock cut architecture of the Barabar Cave, Bihar. Rock cut temple have been written in the wood-like theme, dormant, skilled craftsmen. The connection between the religious and the coming Buddhist missionaries often accompanying trader in the visit. Pillar, arches, elaborated traders. भीमबेटका रॉक कट shelter Vedajit, Madhya Pradesh, Raisen district. UNESCO declared the UNESCO World Heritage Site in 2003. UNESCO declared World Heritage Site in 2003. Stone Age rock painting. Cave temple consists of this Asiatic life of Buddhism and Danican life. Naturally, cave got in the hillside, a hill of the western and where the naturally situated. The steep cliff provided the ideal surface of carving. Monasteries become the stopovirus, only the Indian traders. Residents and monk call the Vihara and congregation called the prayer hall. That is the Srain Hall, Shakya. Morakel Barabara Barabar Cave was oldest surviving rock cave today, the most dating from the Modern Age. Barabar Hill contains the four types of cave like Karan Chopar, Lomas Rishi, Sudma Rishi also, and the Biswa Jopri Sudma Lomas Rishi cave are earliest example of the rock cut architecture in India. The Mecca situated in Madhya Pradesh. It is the Stone Age rock painting, World Heritage Site also in 2003, which we had several Stone Age rock paintings. Some of them are 30,000 year old. The early manifestation of the dance art from are also palpable. Sure, Jatak story have been portrayed over the wall of the Barber Cave. Jatak story it showed about the life of the Buddha. Barber, Barber it contained the four cave. Barber it contained four Karan, Chopar, Lomas, Rishi, Sudma, Besujopur. Sudma and Lomas Rishi cave are the earliest examples of rocket cave architecture. Lomas Rishi caves imitated the contemporary timber architecture. On the doorway, lots of elephant proceed stupa. Sudama Sudama cave dedicated to modern Nepal. Sudama cave dedicated to modern Nepal. Postmodern, like Western India, during the Satavahana region, the flourished. Sangha flourished with the support of Trivandrum and the Bihara Chaitya populated the large extent apart. The Western Ghat became the center of rock cut activity due to the roots potential follower back from the linkage. Western India went through three architecture types like apsidal wall roof, Chaitya, Chaitya hall and prayerless, flat, flat roofed quadrangular hall. Another important Sahatri Nene Ghat cave located in the western famous in Sanskrit inscription in the Brahmini script. नासिक में पेंडावली cave group of 24 cave carved between the 4th century and 3rd century. Canary cave rock cut monuments cut into the massive basalt outposts of the Sanjay Gandhi National. Pahlavi script was used to record the Pahlavi or Middle Persian language. Bhaja cave the group of 22 rock cave dating from the 2nd century BC is located in the Pune district. Katla cave, Grand Chaitya, largest and most completely preserved in Chaitya. Eternal Eastern Andhra, Guntapale Chaitya. Cave is the circular with the stupa and circular with the Chaitya. Important cave, Gupta and post cave Gupta like Ajanta cave. The famous cave site Ajanta located in Aurangabad district of Maharashtra, bank of Waghur River. Sankara 29 cave. Ajanta cave on bank of Waghur River 29 cave. Rantap hosts the stages, the earliest group belonging to the Himalayan, therefore, tradition of the Buddhism. Scientists have observed the merger of giant black hole billions of years. What is the significance of observation? The gravitational wave, Higgs boson particles were detected. It is not following. It's following not correct. Sleep monitoring of person consists of the wearable technology which of the following tasks are to accomplish: location signification of the person, sleep monitoring of person, assigning the wearing impaired person. Morning multiplier. In design, deal unit action plan for prioritization. Concession cooperation area. Universal activity related to the storage of payment system. Acknowledgement of the indicate command. Payment system provided that they will ensure that entire data related Atal Innovation Mission is set up under the Department of Science and Technology, Ministry of Labour and Economic Innovation. It means federal center-state relation, interstate relation, emergency, and parliamentary relation. 74% were deal with the parliamentary system of the center. 163 and 164 deal with the state. For the state, the parliamentary system of the state. Modern democratic governments are classified into the parliamentary, presidential on the basis of name as relation between the executive and legislative organ of the government. Parliamentary government, also known as the cabinet government, responsible government, Westminster model, parliamentary government, cabinet government, responsible government, Westminster model. Our government is prevalent in Britain, Japan, Canada, India. National government under the known as the non-responsible, non-parliamentary, fixed executive system of government prevalent in USA, Brazil, Russia, USA, Brazil, Russia, Sri Lanka. Aborigines call the parliamentary system of government because the cumulative nucleus of power in the parliamentary system. And the parliamentary government is known as the responsible one, and the cabinet real executive bound or Hello Mukesh, how are you? मुकेश, मेरे पास ज्योग्राफी के लिए सर, जो मेरे पास जीसी लियांग की एक बुक है, ज्योग्राफी की एनसीईआरटी की बुक है। और नोट्स जो कोचिंग की अवेलेबल रहती है तो वो, लेकिन उसको पढ़ने में मुझे मज़ा नहीं आता। तो अभी तो एनसीईआरटी और जीसी लियांग है, और मेरे पास एक खुल्लर, डॉक्टर खुल्लर की ज्योग्राफी की बुक है, वो उसको पढ़ता हूँ। आर यू ऑल्सो प्रिपेयरिंग फॉर सिविल सर्विस, राइट? Is that, am I audible? ये है ज्योग्राफी की डॉक्टर खुल्लर की दुकान की किताब है, देख सकते हो। और मेरे पास एक वो और भी है, जो प्रीवियस ईयर के क्वेश्चन बैंक है, इसको भी देख लेता हूँ। और एनसीईआरटी। मुकेश, आप राजस्थान से हो ना, राइट? अच्छा। करता हूँ। इसी में आईडी इंस्टाग्राम की है मेरी, यूट्यूब पे ही मैंने डाला हुआ है। अ, आप कर सकते हो, आई डोंट हैव एनी प्रॉब्लम। बट मैं कम ही चलाता हूँ, मतलब कभी शाम को चलाऊँगा तो मैं एक बारी देख लूँगा। So now I'm going to end this classes just because of that. I have to go for my coaching. Uh, it's time for the three right now. It's 2:26 right now. But I will go just before the 5 minutes to my coaching. Thank you so much, guys, for uh, stay tuning with us. It's very nice. हेलो जिया, आपको नींद सोने के बाद नहीं खुलती है? सोच के सोया करिए कि 10 मिनट सोना है। जिया, आप सोच के सोया करिए कि 10 मिनट ही सोना है आपको, या जितना मिनट आप सोच के सोओगे तो डेफिनेटली आपकी नींद खुल जाएगी। ऐसे आप बस सोओगे तो अ, नहीं खुलेगी। बस एक प्लान बना के सो कि अभी मैं सोना है, तो आई एम गोइंग टू स्लीप ओनली 30 मिनट्स, 20 मिनट्स, 1 आवर, जितना भी सोना है। और जब आप पढ़ा करिए तो कोशिश किया करिए कि कुछ कॉफ़ी चाय ले करके पिया कर लीजिए करिए, और बोल बोल के पढ़ा करिए। तो इस तरीके से आप लंबे समय तक पढ़ सकती हैं। खाना खाने के बाद थोड़ा रेस्ट ले सकती हैं, आधा घंटे का, और इसके बाद फिर से पढ़ना है, करना ही करना है। क्योंकि जब आप सोते हो तो देश के किसी कोने में कोई आपसे बहुत तगड़ा ज़्यादा मेहनत करके पढ़ता रहता है, तो उससे compete करना हो ना तो नींद तो खुल ही जाएगी। नींद का तो कोई इशू ही नहीं है। एनीथिंग एल्स? और कुछ आपको कहना है क्या? वुड यू लाइक टू से समथिंग एल्स? विवेक, ज़रूर मैं कोशिश करूँगा कि 2 बजे से पढ़ा करूँगा। बट विवेक, मैं 12 बजे ही सोता हूँ, तो मैं 2 बजे तक नहीं उठ पाता हूँ। 4 बजे भी बड़ी मुश्किल से ही उठ पाता हूँ। बट अगर मैं पहले सो जाया करूँगा तो आई विल डेफिनेटली ट्राई टू वेक अप एट 2 o'clock। मैं कोशिश करूँगा कि 2 बजे उठ के पढूँ। किसी दिन मेरी पंक्चुअलिटी 2 बजे से हो जाएगी, तो मैं 2 बजे से ही उठ के पढ़ लिया करूँगा। क्योंकि मेरी कोचिंग भी चलती है, तो मैं 8 बजे तो पढ़ा के ही आता हूँ, और मुझे खाते वक्त 9 बज जाते हैं। फिर सोते-सोते मुझे 12 बज जाते हैं, वो भी बहुत ज़बरदस्ती सोता हूँ। फिर मुझे 4:30 बजे उठना रहता है लाइव क्लासेस के लिए। और लाइव तो मैं सोचता हूँ कि 2 बजे मेरे सोने के कम पड़ जाएँगे, तो इस वजह से। बट कभी मैं पहले सो जाऊँगा तो डेफ़िनेटली आई विल ट्राई। Taliban to making grant state which central government borrowed either within the India or outside this security of consumer conducting authority government not both within the level fixed by the government. The government such a law has been enacted by the government. Similarly, state government within the environment. Sarkaria Commission 1983, Kochi Commission 2007, under the chairman Madan Mohan Singh and Chief President, he requested to look into logistics and tariffs, keeping in view that the sea changes that have been taking place in the political, economic, and social current at the issue. The Commission was the pathway channel to review working system. Role and responsibility of the jurisdiction centers: promoting a concept, acting the independent planning, budgeting, responsibility jurisdiction center which state linking the center assistant various kind of performance with the state. Impact on the recommendation made by the 1812 Finance Commission and fiscal relation between the state and center, especially the greater dependence of the state on the devolution of the punishment. Need for the freeing the interstate trade in order to establish the unified and integrated domestic market. As also in the context of the made for setting up the central before and power to take up so motor investigation. There should be the continuing auditing role of the central state and management of the matter concurrent and overlapping jurisdiction. Appeal for the 6 month prescribed in Article 200 Parliament to make a law on the subject related to entry 40 of List 1 treaty making the implementation through the Parliament legislature to streamline the procedure involving the exercising of the power of obviously cannot be absolute but uncharted in the view of the federal structure of legislative and the executive power. While selecting the governors, the central government should adopt the following strict guidelines. Uh, the recommendation in the Sarkaria Commission report mandate. He should be imminent of the some work of time. He should be the person from outside the state, and he should be detached figure, not too intimately connected with the local policy of the state. He should be the person who had not taken to the great in the part of politics, generally in the particularly in the recent past. The procedure laid down before the impeachment of the president Notias Article 166 does not give the governor uh, a general discretionary power to the act against the without advice of his council of Ministers. In fact, the area for the teach exercises discretion is limited, and even in the limited area, its choices of action should not be arbitrary and fanciful. It must be choices they are dictated any by region activity in the rules. On the question of the governor will appoint the chief minister in the case of hung assembly, it is necessary to lay down that certain clear guidelines be to follow the constitutional convention. These guidelines may be follow a party or combination of the party. Such command the party's support in the legislative assembly should be called upon the government. If there is a pre-pooled alliances or coalition, it should be treated as one political party. If such coalition obtained a majority, the leader of such coalition shall be called by the governor to form a government. In case of no party, the pre-poll coalition has a clear majority, the governor should select the chief minister. In order to profess the indicated here, a group of parties which are the pre-poll alliances commanding the largest number and the largest single party staking claim to form a government with support of the post-election post-election coalition with all the partners joining the government. The post-election alliances with the some party joining the government and the remaining including independents supporting the government from the outside. In the questions of dismissal of the chief minister, the government should have a right to sanction the precaution of the state minister against the advice of the council of ministers if combined decision appear to the governor to be motivated by the bias faced by the overwhelming majority. The weak convention of the government acting the chancellor of university holding the other statutory position should be done away with his rule should be confined to the constitutional rocks provision only when the external aggression or internal disturbance paralyzes the state administration, creating a situation of potential break and down of the constitutional machinery of the state. On the alternative, courses available to the union for the discharging its paramount responsibility under Article 355 and should be exhausted to the certain situation. And the exercise of the power under the 356 should be limited, strictly rectified. And the question involving the Article 356, the cases of the failure of the constitutional machinery in the state. The suitable amendment are the required to incorporate the guidelines set forth landmarks and its judgment. Supreme Court in the Saboma case was the Union of India 1994. This would be remove the possible misgoverning in this regard on the part of the state and help the smoothening center-state relations. Given the strict parameters set up for the invoking the emergency provision under Article 352, 56 and 55, necessity provision provided to the constitutional or legal framework to deal with the situation which require the central intervention but do not warrant involvement. The extreme step under Article 352, 356 provided the framework localized emergency would ensure that state government can continue to function at assembly and would not be have to dissolve while providing the mechanism to let the central government respond to the issue specifically uh, and locally. The imposition of the local emergency is justified under the mandate of the Article 355. Read the entry up to A, the list of 1 and entry 1 of the list 2 of the 7 segment. So table amendment Article 263. education tested yes, coordination through the interstate council with recognition of public aid. Article 263 of the Constitution provides the education of the interstate disputes. It's 10 or 29 minutes. Guys, now it's time for the end this stream. So will we meet tomorrow at 4:20? So I will wait at 4:20 at morning. So let's start it again uh, next tomorrow. Bye bye. See you tomorrow. Just because of that, my coaching time is just 3 o'clock, so I'm not able to uh, take any more time. Bye bye. See you tomorrow at the same time at 4:20. I will definitely be there. Be punctual. Be hard work. No matter whatever the situation, you have to wake up at time. You have to work hard. That is the key for subjects